And welcome to Call of Cthulhu, Horror on the Orient Express, Chapter 3, La Fleur de Mal. And I'm sure I horribly mispronounced that just like everything else. Welcome. We are going to be taking a little trip to Paris this evening. You'll notice that Ian is not able to join us, so Sylvia will just be kind of tagging along, playing guitar and or starting riots, the usual.
Just playing guitar in the background the entire session.
Probably. But yeah, we are. Last week we left off having made it out of London to Dover, and then out of Dover to Calais, and they are now in Paris. Along the way, they were able to find and figure out what was left behind on a scrap of apparently human flesh, as they got a message saying the skinless one will not be denied, or cannot be denied. Uh, Also, there was a bit of a kerfuffle as to whether or not they should leave Dover on the early ferry or the late ferry.
Definitely the late ferry.
Oopsie poopsie.
Whoops. And Clifton still has a chip on his shoulder from that.
Never forget.
So, we are picking up tonight in Paris as the train arrives. And at this point, you have successfully made it away from, at least seemingly away from, whoever was after Professor Professorson, aka Professor Smith, in London.
I literally just watched that Community episode the other night.
So you seem to have made it scot-free into Paris. Now, obviously, Professor Smith told you that time is of the essence, but you do have a little bit of time. So, now that you are in Paris, the next Orient Express that is going to be leaving the city of Paris is actually not for 6 days. And then there will be another one after that. You may board the Orient Express and disembark at your leisure. You have purchased tickets across Europe, so kind of however much time you want to take, it is entirely up to you. Now, we'll be... Oh, go ahead.
I'll wait.
I was just going to say, I'll be tracking the time because different events will be happening in the background, but don't worry, this is not like we had in Rime of the Frost Maiden last campaign, where there is a ticking clock looming over you. So,
just as far as we know.
As far as you know, yes.
Right.
There has been
so the next,
dwarven message saying that, on this date.
So this, the next train is in 6 days. If we don't take that one, do we have to wait another week to take the train?
The one following that is 3 days afterwards.
Still, though, we should probably handle our business within the almost full week that we have.
Yep.
Okay, and then let's consult the notes here, because there was at least 2 leads that we wanted to follow in France, right?
One had the owner is supposedly a noble Comte Fenlick, and the other one was sold in Paris, and is thought to reside in Milan. So we might be able to figure out who purchased it here.
I did watch last session, but I'm not like 100% up to date on exactly like what our goals are here in Paris.
So
We haven't really settled.
Like we don't really know yet either.
in your journal, there's a handout under London handouts for Beto's notes, and that is the notes that Beddoes took down from Professor Smith about the simulacrum. So for our audience who can't see this, the statement in the notes is: the statue was dismembered in Paris just prior to the French Revolution. Part of it may still be in France. The owner was a noble, Comte Fenelick.
Okay. Well, we should definitely do some research into this noble.
Yep. My 30 in library use will come in real handy.
I've got some amount of library use. Hold on, let me.
Okay, so sorry. Right. So it was dismembered in Paris. The original owner, Comte Fenelick, is going to be a good lead for research. We'll also. There was a piece that was sold in Paris to a guy from Milan. Actually, it just says someone from Milan.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything actually thought to be in Paris still? There's Trieste, Sofia, Kingdom, okay. Belgrade. So there's nothing here that says that really indicates that there's probably any actual piece here, but there could be a lot of information here.
In France, it said there is, let's see, part of it may still be in France. The owner was the noble Comte Fenelick. So in Paris specifically, you don't know. It might be.
All right, to the library. Where do we know of a good library?
Well, literally the best library in the world is in Paris.
Oh, that's subjective.
At this time, it was pretty much accepted worldwide that Bibliothèque Nationale is the best in the world. It is certainly the biggest in the world at this time, because they are finishing up some renovations, significantly expanding the quote-unquote public areas of the library. So
I'm
it
seeing
is massive.
there's 3 bibliotheques on the on the reference sheet itself, the legend.
Yes.
We have 6 days, so I don't necessarily think we need right now to split up. Any objections to that? Yeah. I should probably be some more character. Well, let's head to the Bibliothèque Nationale. That's the best library in the world, so I'm told.
You did it.
I don't know. It might be good to like get a place to stay. I don't know what time it is here.
It is.
Do you have the time, Clifton?
Oh yes. Let me check.
It would be just after 2 p.m.
I'm taking a peek at that watch.
Yeah, he opens it at an angle to like. He's slick about it, but he's just sort of like shyly, like changes the angle so you can't see inside. And
I'm gonna try to sneak a look here. So
I was gonna say, if you're actually trying to hide that, I need opposed checks from you guys. So, Clifton, you're going to roll sleight of hand, and Simon, you're going to roll spot hidden.
Ah, bummer.
We
Well.
both failed.
Yep. So at that point, it becomes a tie, which normally if one person had succeeded, it would go to whoever has the better skill ranking, but since you just failed, Simon, then
Yep.
in this case you didn't see anything.
Yep, that's fine. Bummer, bummer. Okay. Yeah, so sorry, what time was it?
6?
Just after 2.
After 2?
2.
Yeah, I feel like we should check in somewhere ahead of time, just so we have a place to gather up.
I suppose that makes sense.
Kat, any thoughts?
So,
Kat is like zoning out a little bit. You get the sense that because she was asleep on the train, even though it was a short ride over, and you get the sense that she didn't sleep very well. Oh, yes. Well, I don't exactly have a lot of money.
We were already paid.
oh yeah, we got $1,000.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
1,000 pounds.
Right, for
which
pounds.
is
Sorry.
a lot more.
So she's not used to having that kind of money, so she thinks about it for a bit and says, perhaps we should go somewhere a bit quiet.
Sure.
Somewhere not very assuming.
Oh, that means... that sounds like that goes hand in hand with uncomfortable and dirty.
Oh, Clifton.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was the extravagant train not enough for you?
Oh no, it's wonderful, but I'm not going to be sleeping on the train tonight, am I?
You could be.
Somebody, sorry, side table talk, whatever. What time of the year is this again? This is like January?
January, so it is cold.
It's not, okay. So at least on the map, we have the options of the Bristol, the Hotel du Rhin, and the Balmoral Hotel.
Mm-hmm. And those 3 are all very nice. They are extremely nice, in fact. They're not necessarily the nicest in the city, but they're probably the nicest in the city that you'd be able to get on on no notice, essentially.
Okay. Oh, they're right off the Champs-Élysées, huh?
Yeah.
And oh wow, they're like right in the middle of everything.
They're central.
Yep.
Wait, what's this? The Hotel de Invalides? Is that is that the asylum for? I don't know what invalide in French is.
Invalid.
Yeah. Okay. So it is
It's a hospital. I think it's a hospital.
It is a hospital and asylum.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, tell you what.
Well,
sorry, what's Clifton's last name again? I forgot.
Carlisle.
Mr. Carlisle.
The third.
I will likely not sleep very well and be uncomfortable no matter where we go. So why don't you decide?
Well, in that case, I say we go to the Hotel du Rhin. I don't know how to say it. I should, but I don't remember. Since it's the closest to what's it called? What's number 5? The Jardin du... I don't know what that is either.
I believe it's like a garden.
Yeah, that's a garden.
I was gonna say, does anybody speak French?
I do. I speak French.
Well, there you go.
My wife does, out of character.
I have conversational French. I mean, I'm sorry. Brian Casey does not. I took 3.5 years in high school. Nothing stuck. But chicken sandwich. But Clifton speaks some French.
Yep.
Should I roll that?
No. You have high enough French that you can kind of figure out. Yes, it is a public garden. It's, in fact, it is former royal garden.
Fancy one. I'm sorry, I gotta go AFK for like 30 seconds. I'm out of power.
I think his laptop is
Oh,
not plugged in.
I forgot he was on a laptop.
Yeah.
No, it took me a second. Like, wait, what?
Well, we're in Paris, so I decided to drink for the occasion.
Oh, nice.
So,
Ooh. Anything good?
it's just some prosecco.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Prosecco's fun.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, we'll turn down a prosecco.
What was I gonna say? So, I like to think that Clifton actually walks away for a moment while Brian walked away, and I lean into Simon and I say, I get the feeling he does not have to budget very often.
No, he doesn't.
We're gonna run out of money very fast, aren't we?
I think I'm holding on to it, so we should be okay.
Oh, good.
I mean,
Because
Josh did say like one of these sessions that it's like $100,000 roughly in like modern time money.
Yeah,
so
it's a lot of money.
It would take.
It's a big budget.
It would take effort to go through that.
Just remember, Mr. Ashford, that money is for all of us.
Oh yeah, I mean, we can certainly split it up. I'm just the one that had the suitcase, so.
Right. Whether or not you
Let's say
believe
that,
her is up to you.
So the let's say that Clifton was he had wandered off to look at a street sign, and has now come back and is well, it's this way, friends.
All right.
Lead the way, Mr. Carlisle. Lead the way.
Do we want to
Always.
taxi? What sort of public transportation do they have in Paris?
At this point in time,
Everything.
None.
None to speak of.
Oh, shit.
I mean, they have several train systems, but none that are like within the city.
Yeah.
And buses really aren't terribly much of a thing at this time. So yeah, basically your best bet would be to get a taxi, and that could be either a horse-drawn carriage, coach taxi, or an actual automobile. But it is only a couple of miles away, so you could just hoof it.
I'm fine either way. It might save us some time if we hike a ride or hitch a ride.
Shall we hire a car? And as he's even asking, he's putting his arm up.
You're waiting for a bit with your arm up. I mean, it's not quite like New York of today.
Okay, sure.
But eventually you do see a taxi going by that you can wave down. And where to?
The Hotel de Rennes. Du Rennes.
American?
Oui.
And he seems kind of like nonplussed about this, and attempts to kind of poorly, but attempts to chat with you guys in English on the way to the hotel. Seems fairly upbeat taxi driver. Anything you guys want to ask him, or just kind of let time pass?
Yeah, I'll actually ask him about current events. Anything interesting happening?
Oh yes. Well, the protests are set for a few days from now. We are expecting many travelers. Are you here for them?
No, we aren't.
Well, be careful in the streets. There are many people protesting the what do you call it? Reparations payments our government is working to force Germany to make their reparations payments, and many people feel that we have made an unfair deal, excuse me, and are coming to the city to protest. We expect many people from all over the world, Germans, Americans, Englishmen, are coming here to try to convince our government to forgive some of the payments.
Understandable. About the people in the streets, I guess. Sorry.
I have no real opinion on the matter. It's good for business, though.
There are other Americans here protesting?
Oh yes, I actually have had good business the past couple of weeks.
Oh,
I
good to
had
hear.
to brush up on my English.
Oh, you speak fine. Or you speak very well.
Fine.
Fine.
Oh, thank you. It doesn't take long to get you guys to the hotel, and he, helps you with your relatively meager luggage.
Look at Clifton again.
Super Clifton.
Yeah, I don't have meager luggage. I got significant luggage. I got like at least a big ass one of those huge steamer trunks, and then probably something else too. And as we get out, I'll just he won't even look at the luggage. He'll just be, I'll go book us some rooms. And walks. Now, are we?
One thing before the taxi driver drives off, he does kind of lean into Simon. Since you are new here, and I'm not sure how long you'll be staying, but since there are others in town, be wary of anybody wearing a black shirt, a button black shirt.
Okay. But, like, black... actually, might I ask why? Are those the people in the protests?
Are you not aware of Italy and what is going on?
Good question. Am I?
That is a good question.
Can I roll history?
Yeah, I think I'll roll history. My horrible history.
I'll also roll history.
That's a fail.
I will try to roll history, but I can find it. There we go.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
So with a hard success, yes, you in fact do know what he's referring to. The difficulty on this actually was hard because you guys aren't Americans. And so far, this hasn't really made much in the world news, but there is a political rival trying to take over Italy right now, a gentleman by the name of Benito Mussolini.
Yeah, that fine
that
fellow.
I didn't even think about that.
Is known for his army of essentially former military men and extremely violent racists, known as the Black Shirts, because they all wear black shirts, black button shirts.
Right. So as soon as the taxi cab says, like, are you not aware of what's going on? Katerina will actually lean over to Simon and say, it's Mussolini's men, the black shirts.
And the taxi driver kind of looks around and, good day, and
I'll make sure to
books it out.
Yeah, tip him.
That's going to be an interesting backdrop for when we visit Italy.
Yes, surprise. 1923 Italy is not exactly what we would call stable.
Not something I thought of.
Perhaps the four of us should establish a cover story while we're here.
Yeah. That's actually a very good point. We're researching something?
Are any of us schooled enough for that? To pass for that, I mean.
I mean, we're talking like
I could be-
education, right? Stat score. Because yeah, I've been to college.
My
As have I.
Casey in chat says, usually your cover isn't what you're actually doing.
Oh, well.
No, best lies have a sweet
But-
truth to them.
Right. But also, like, I mean, are we independent researchers? Are we faculty from some college? I mean, are we making something up, or are we just winging it, so to speak?
Yes, let's say we are faculty from a university in America, because that'll be an easy cover. Where are you folk from?
I'm from Arkham.
So, New England.
Yes, just north of
And
Boston.
Mr. Atford.
Oh, sorry, New York.
New York. So, I think the Upper East Coast would be a good candidate for any university we claim to be from.
I do
Mr.
know.
Marquez will just have to, I don't know.
Silvio just kind of looks at you like, I'm
Well,
here
he's
working for
our,
you. I'm assisting.
Yeah, he's our field guide type guy or something. So somewhere in New York, probably, perhaps Boston. But I'm from Greenwich, so it would make sense. I didn't actually. Side note, out of character, I didn't actually decide on an alma mater, but that might make sense if we were from one of our alma maters. Wait, except for Simon is lying about where he's from.
Okay,
What are you talking about? He would never
Nothing,
do such a
never mind.
thing.
between Simon, Clifton, and Silvio, which of you has the highest appearance stat?
Let me check Silvio's sheet.
I got a 75. Are you 80, Clifton?
I believe so. I keep losing my character sheet. I don't know why I keep closing it.
Silvio
Yes,
has
80.
35.
Nice.
Oh, poor Silvio.
Not a priority for him. So yeah, 80 is Clifton.
Okay. Mr. Carlisle, I have a proposition for you.
I'm all ears.
You should be my fiance for this excursion only.
Wow.
Of course. We can wing it.
It'll help us pass in public. Very well.
I consent.
And she'll take your arm.
This is a
Are we using
disaster
our
in the
names?
making.
Not yet. It's not a disaster yet.
In the making.
We are not married yet,
Should we use our...
Clifton. And that's the first time she's used anyone's first name.
So, monikers or no? Should we have pseudonyms? How careful do we need to be? Also, perhaps we shouldn't be having this discussion in the hotel lobby.
I imagine that we've had this discussion once we've gotten our room.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't believe I'm well known enough that a moniker is necessary. Not by any means.
I don't think any of us are famous in particular. Although, if someone's chasing us if the Turks are after us, and they've gotten word to their compatriots on the mainland, they might be looking for us by name.
That is true. How about you call me Marco.
Well, if we're just coming up with names off the top of our head, why don't you call me Montgomery Fairchild?
Hey.
Oh boy.
Very well, Monty.
Monty
Either
for
way.
short. Fun.
Okay.
Should probably write that down.
I just put it in the chat because otherwise I'd forget.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, where to next? It is a. Let's see. Let me check the calendar here.
Actually, when was the last time we ate?
On the train.
Every scene of eating.
You would have had lunch on the train.
Oh, I probably
not time for dinner.
Once we're all checked in and everything, I'd probably present Kat with the dress I obtained to help her fit in a little bit better, but only if she wants it.
Where did you get this?
Found it on the train.
You found this? She holds it up like she's never seen something this nice before. What do you mean you found this? Mr. Ashford, did you do something uncouth?
Perhaps.
Oh my. Is there...
I mean, no, not at all. This is all legit.
Well, on the one hand, I have the feeling this is going to come back to bite us later. But on the other hand, this is a very striking dress. And we are in a pretty upscale hotel.
I mean, we can also probably go find other clothes as well. We've got enough money for it.
I have to resist the urge to, how do I say this? Waste Professor Smith's money.
Understandable.
But you're not entirely wrong.
I would like to point out that Beddoes let you guys know this is your money. This is payment for what you're doing, and there is more money that will be received at the end of the job.
If we
Also, it's foreign standard.
Well, he didn't
Yeah,
say
but-
that.
Right,
It was
yeah.
implied, but
Well, very
It's
well.
for
We're here.
incidentals too.
We're in Paris for 6 days. It would be criminal for me to not at least go a little fashion shopping.
and I did check. It is actually Sunday, so the library would not be open today. So.
Oh well
What is
then.
the
dress
perfect
shopping
excuse
it is.
then? Do you
Wait,
think
though.
that the Louvre is another good stop for us?
Yeah. And actually, we could probably ask the concierge, like if they might have a directory of, like, we might be able to look up this Comte.
I don't know about that, but there might be someone at the concierge desk who can help us figure out notable places within the city to go. We can make believe we're tourists.
All right.
Quick clarification in your notes, it does say that the Comte was the last person who had it pre-revolution.
Right. So this is a...
So
Yeah,
he is
he's
long
the starting
dead.
point for further research.
Right.
So,
Yes.
do they have like a national record, or city records area? I know, like London did at this point in time, where you might be able to take a look at deaths, births, marriages, that sort of stuff.
So, sort of. That would be in the library, the National Library.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we could go sightseeing. We could buy some stuff and take it easy for a night.
Can we? How many? Josh, how many locations in France are we likely to? I asked because I guess I didn't really specify where this Arthur Beaumont cat was residing in France, but Paris seems to be as good a place as any.
You have no idea how much time you're going to spend here or how many locations you're going to go.
Okay. Can we say Mr. Beaumont then is in Paris?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'd actually like to look him up.
I'll go shopping with Cap.
Yeah.
Briefly, we have an important task ahead of us.
That's true. But
so
nothing we can do today.
I'm saying in character briefly, but how late are you guys shopping? Because you have the kind of money that you can keep stores open past their closing.
Oh God, can I roll to see how? I don't even know if this makes sense, but I feel like Katerina is torn a little bit between like, so she's someone who believes magic to be real. So she's very concerned about what's going on. She doesn't think it's a hoax. She thinks this is really important, regardless of the money.
Mm-hmm.
She also is super cool with going out and buying lots of expensive dresses.
Well, I would think that we wouldn't want to stay out too late because of the
black shirts.
The protests and the black shirts, yeah.
Oh, the protests too, yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll hit like a shop.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, you are able to get some clothes. Nothing, too budget busting, but yes.
I really should be doing this with my fiance, shouldn't I?
Hey, you chose him.
Yeah,
Clifton and you are able to track down your former associate. He is actually he is in Paris. He is south of the river. There's kind of a more residential area, and you are able to find a public directory in a nearby post office and track him down.
Can I give him a ring before I just show up? They have phones, right?
Yes. He would have a phone.
So I'll give him a call. Arthur, old friend. All right, maybe he has a head butler. I'm not really sure how rich he is, but he did go to school with me, so he's probably relatively well. Arthur, old friend.
He doesn't have.
It's your old
He doesn't
pal,
have a butler.
Clifton. Oh, sorry. Okay. So he answers the phone then.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur, old friend, it's your old pal Clifton. I'm in Paris for a few days, and I thought we could maybe spend some time together.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be more than happy to.
What are you doing this evening?
Not much. I was getting ready to retire for the evening, but that can change.
You still have a taste for that brandy we used to like so much back in college?
I have a bottle of it sitting on my shelf now.
Wonderful. I will be over post haste. And he'll, hail a cab. Either way, either one, either type doesn't really matter. Just make sure not to step in the horse dung.
Yeah. Assuming you don't have any specific plans, you guys are able to share a quiet evening between two friends catching up.
I do want to ask him about, like, sort of surreptitiously, I'm going to hint that I'm on a grand adventure, and I may be in need of some specialized equipment, and I hope that I can call upon him to use his local contacts if needed.
What kind of equipment?
Well, let's just say some Turks tried to murder us in London. Might be weapons related.
Very well.
What
Are you looking more for weapons of war or weapons for hunting? I have different contacts, so depends on what you need.
Well, probably war, considering I'm more familiar with him from, my time in France. The last time I was here.
Well, yes, it'll take me a couple of days to round up some acquaintances. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? I want to make sure that I get the right contacts who have the right items.
Okay, so I need to do a side thing because I meant to bring this up beforehand, Josh, but so you said we have generally our stuff with us, but like there's certain weapons in this thing that are more likely for people to have and less likely for people to have. You know what I mean? He has quite a bit of money, but would he really have like a Thompson like in his steamer trunk? You know what I mean?
Shit, Thompsons are
So
cheap. Thompsons,
So-
at this point in time, Thompsons were literally mail order in the U.S. They were surplus, and you could get them for like $20 US at the time.
I don't know. They're so common. I couldn't see Clifton having one.
Yeah, that's.
He definitely has a Thompson then.
You have like a drum magazine. Those were not super common at the time. I know you always see Tommy guns with the drum magazine and gangster movies, but not the most common. You'd have a standard magazine for it, but yeah, you can absolutely have one.
I just
have like
realized
a custom ordered one with like your name engraved on it and shit.
He's not skilled in
Old
that's like a different category. So he would probably just have like a bolt action 30-06 and a pump action shotgun 12 gauge. I don't wait. Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess he would be asking for something a little bigger. See, okay, now I'm sort of I guess I don't really know where I was going with this because like he wouldn't have any like thought that like we're gonna fight a Shogoth or anything because they don't even exist in his head. So I don't even know what to ask for now. Oh, dang it.
Think
Sorry,
about
I
it,
guess
and
I derailed this.
we can circle back around. That's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, otherwise, the evening passes pretty much without too much of a note. However, something does happen while you guys are sleeping this evening. So, Kat.
What are the room arrangements again? Do we have 2 rooms or?
That is a good question.
I mean,
do they do suites?
Yes. There would be a suite available. Obviously, it's a bit pricey, but that would be an option. 2 separate rooms would be cheaper, though.
we should just do 2 separate rooms then.
Okay.
That's fine by me.
Silvio says, I'm sleeping on the floor either way.
I suppose I suppose I should have to stay with my fiance.
Do they have cots?
Isn't that right, Monty dear?
1923.
One of you can sleep on the couch.
No.
We could just do one room then. Provided there's 2 beds. 2 beds, couch, floor.
I'm assuming Pat is not.
No? Okay.
There's probably just 1 bed per room.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Kat, while you are sleeping...
Oh, good.
Oh, one thing I should quick ask. Can we have adjoining rooms?
Yeah, you would have arranged that.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I think the default, we're going to be doing these details a lot in this campaign, I imagine. So I think the default should probably be 2 rooms next to each other, joining if possible.
Yeah.
Yep. If it is not that, I will let you guys know then.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So yes, once again, while you were sleeping.
Oh, wait a
For
second.
the current interruption.
Wait, no, just kidding.
You actually, in your dream, you are standing in the middle of a street that you're pretty sure was one that you had walked down earlier today. And you're looking around and there's nobody on the streets. But you feel a cold wind blow through. And when you kind of shiver like that, you just by reflex kind of breathe in heavily, and you smell, it almost smells like rot, decay. It is almost nauseating. Not quite, but there is something in the air. And right about then, you get literally ripped out of your dream. And your cat is standing on your chest.
She tumbles for a second because she didn't expect it, and I'm probably the cat leaps off of her, and she says, "Hey, where did you come from? Shh, don't wake Clifton."
Yeah,
He's
can
asleep,
I see
don't
if
worry.
I woke up from?
Nope, you are supernaturally asleep right now.
What are you doing here?
Saving you, apparently. Something dead was after you.
When? In Paris?
Just now?
In the dream?
Yes.
But how did you even get here? The last time I saw you was in Arkham.
How do I get anywhere, my child? Kind of bats at your forehead.
Ow. That was uncalled for.
So are your questions.
Okay, well, thank you for saving me, waking me. How do I avoid that in the future?
I haven't figured that quite out yet. But your friends, they're not as dumb as they look. They might be able to help you out. It seems to be the thing that came after you seems to be linked to the artifact that you're chasing.
Okay. How do you know about that?
That's something for another day. For now, at least, I have my eyes on you. Don't worry.
Oh, good. The talking cat has its eyes on me. I swear, sometimes I think I'm going crazy.
You're far past that.
Oh, good.
I've been in your head. I should know.
Could you not?
I could.
Fine then. Something was after me. You have assisted me. I am definitely losing my marbles. Thank you. Please don't wake the others.
Don't worry.
Good. The last thing I need is for them to think I'm loopy. Which I most clearly am.
Well, at least for tonight, sleep the dreamless dream. And Cat jumps off your bed and kind of walks into the shadows and is gone.
I think she probably tries to go back to sleep, but ends up pacing for most of the rest of the night. Just trying to put two and two together.
And after the cat is gone, you do notice that Clifton kind of stirs a bit. And Clifton, you do wake up to Cat pacing around the room.
What time? Did something happen?
Oh, Mr. Carlyle, please. You startled me.
I startled you.
I'm sorry if I woke you.
It's all right. Just you seem very agitated.
I'm fine. And she says that way too quickly and way too loudly for it to be true. I'm fine. Just clearing my head. Just clearing my head.
Right. Well, it's important to do. What time is it? He looks at his watch.
It's like
the
3 in the morning.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if nothing's amiss, then I'm going to try to go back to sleep. You're sure you're all right?
You didn't have any strange dreams, did you?
Nothing out of the ordinary, no.
Of course. I'm fine. Please, just forget about it. And she'll lie back down.
He'll put his elaborate sleeping mask back in his eyes because of course he has one of those. Try to go back to sleep. Actually, he won't try. I bet he never has had any trouble sleeping in his life. Oh wait, no, he does get nightmares. Well, whatever.
Meanwhile, in the other room, Simon and Sylvia are just sawing logs.
I think Kat, as a final touch on this scene, still kind of like smelling a twinge of that rot from the dream, like almost, in the back of her mind, will spray a little bit of perfume, just like, and then lie back down again.
Sounds good. So otherwise, the night passes without event, and you wake up refreshed in the morning. Well, most of you wake up refreshed in the morning.
Right. I'll be right back real quick.
Okay. And actually, we'll go ahead and take our break a little bit early. It's 5 till 8, so we'll go ahead and take our break, and we will be back in a bit.
All right. Bye.
Welcome back. Thank you for waiting around during the break, and thank you, Alorana, or however you pronounce your name, for subscribing. Very much appreciated.
I think that was a pretty valiant effort at pronouncing it. I mean,
Yeah.
pronouncing.
Okay, well, it is the next morning, so it's Monday the 8th. What are you guys going to do?
We should do some research. Oh, I think your audio is muted. Brian, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Ooh.
I don't know if I can
No,
hear you either.
we can't hear you at all.
I can't hear anyone.
Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear
I
me?
can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear everyone.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Oh, you can? Okay.
Yeah.
I was doing push to talk to try and minimize any echoing, but now I'm... Okay.
Oh, well.
To the bibliotech, I say.
So the entire morning, like on the way to the library, as we're leaving the hotel, as we're leaving the room, like basically the whole first like hour of the day, Kat is very like just looking around, like very alert, very suspicious of her surroundings.
Sniffing the air.
Yeah.
No, nothing seems out of place. I am going to have you roll spot hidden.
Okay.
And I am going to give you a bonus die.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm not even. She's not even really necessarily looking for anything specific so much as she's just like everyone else should get the feeling like she's being very paranoid. And I got a success.
So yeah, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary, but you do notice a group of 3 men that are wearing black shirts and black pants. They definitely do appear to give off the vibe of the black shirts.
I'll very casually, without drawing attention to myself, point them out to Simon.
Noted.
Do they appear to be following us, or are they just like around?
No,
okay.
Just around.
Okay.
On your walk from the hotel to the library.
Okay.
Is Kat's behavior worrisome to me?
Roll psychology.
Nope.
Nope, seems perfectly normal. Cat, she's just kind of weird.
I mean, yeah, she is.
And
She's
do
not
remember,
rude,
guys, that
weird, but she's weird.
you can always push failed rolls if you want. There are consequences for failing them again, but you always have the opportunity to. I'm not trying to encourage you to do
No,
so.
I know.
Pointing that out.
Not for something like this.
Yeah.
Clifton is definitely keeping a close eye on Kat since the incident in the hotel room.
Okay.
But other than that, it's just he's mostly nonchalant on the way there.
Sounds good. Well, you do make it to the library. I mean, it's only a couple of blocks away. And the library, because it is an official, state-run library, there are parts of it that are available to the public and other parts that are not. But you do go into the public entrance, and the library is absolutely massive. It is really a sight to behold. And when you enter in, there is still signs of the construction that has been ongoing in here for a couple of years. But you kind of enter in off of a garden and come in the main entrance, and there is kind of a rotunda here that you are in, and a desk that is off to the right-hand side, where the head librarian, that is on duty at least, is currently sitting. And you get the looking around, you get the idea that you're probably not going to be allowed into the rest of the library without appointment or some sort of allowance.
Time for Clifton to do his magic, to work his magic.
Yes, work that.
He will
Work
approach.
that brass tongue of yours. Sorry.
Oh, very ghost of you, my dear. I do love that, the witty banter that we have. Okay, so
this guy is actually just another token that you will be encountering momentarily, but the desk over here is kind of where the librarian is.
greetings. Was it a woman or man?
Man.
Greetings, monsieur. And then he's gonna speak in his best French, because he can speak that sort of. And he's going to, let's see here. We are, my companions and I are looking to do some research. The first lead we would like to follow through was a Comte Fenelic, right around what he was up to, right around the revolution in 17, whatever it was. I can't remember what it was. But you would know.
And as you start talking, one, I am actually going to ask for a French roll here to, it is going to matter how well you get the point across to him.
Yeah, I figured. Let's see how this goes here.
Hey, you did get a success, so you are able to make yourself clear. However, partway through your attempted, explanation, the librarian is like, "Sir, it appears that you are not from around here. While I appreciate you at least speaking in our tongue, I would ask that you, well, we have norms around here. And first off, do you have a letter of introduction from your institution that you are here representing, or are you here on private matters?"
I must have left the letter back at the hotel. So let's say for now I'm on private matters.
Very well. So, are you needing access to public records, or are you looking for access to more of our historical documents?
Definitely historical documents.
Very well. You mentioned a Comte Fenelic. Are we talking pre or post revolution?
Well, he was active just before the revolution. That activity is what we are most interested in.
Well, at this point, much of what you are likely looking for would be readily available. However, despite your surprisingly good talent with our language, I believe that much of the records would be a bit beyond your comprehension. You get kind of the feeling that he's trying to give you a really, really clumsy backhanded compliment.
Yeah, Clifton doesn't know anything about those.
Well, let's just see how we do, huh? Give it the old college try. Can't hurt, can it?
And he looks at you like, Well, that is up to you. However, it might be recommended that you take one of our assistants with you.
Ah, wonderful. That's a wonderful suggestion, and I will accept your offer.
Very well. Sorry, responding to somebody here. So at this point, the librarian kind of and calls over this other token that I had to move out of the way. Remy, good sir. We have some visiting Americans that are looking to do some research in pre-revolutionary historical figures. Would you care to help them navigate the records? And Remy is clearly a probably like college, maybe graduate student age, so we're talking like 21, 22 from the look of him. And also clearly overworked. He's got bags under his eyes and is obviously very tired.
Poor
And yeah,
finally someone younger than me.
He kind of nods, and about this time, the librarian kind of looks back and sees Simon up at the desk. And are you with this gentleman? Kind of staring at you.
Yeah, yeah.
Very well.
I'm just disappointed that we didn't bring that letter, Clifton.
Well, if you are going to be here multiple days, you can always bring it back. However, the items that you would likely be looking for would be available in our public halls.
All right. And I would have said Monty, not Clifton. Sorry.
Right.
Thank you. Okay.
So as a housekeeping, would we have a letter from the Janus Society, or is this something we would have to forge or something? Like this is, you know what I mean? Like
it's something you'd have to forge. He's asking for a letter from a institution of higher learning, sort of thing.
Yeah, actually, okay, an actual university. Does anyone know how to forge things? Never mind. We don't talk about this here.
You just loudly declare that in the middle of a...
Does anybody know how to commit forgery? Anybody?
This is a library. There should be books on it, right?
Not exactly the internet, but well, Remy, nice to meet you. I'm Montgomery Fairchild. I shouldn't. Oh, damn it. Onward to the records of the nobility just prior to the revolution. Shall we?
Very well. We'll see what we can find for you. Can you tell me more about what you're looking into?
Well, our primary subject at the moment is Comte Fenelick. He was up to some business just prior to the revolution, and what business he was up to is what we are primarily interested in, at least as a jumping-off point, for further research.
Very well. That is not much to go on, but we might be able to find a few records of him.
Let me consult the notes here. Well, we have it on good authority that he was present in Paris just prior to the revolution, if that helps.
Mm-hmm. It does narrow it down some.
He likely traded in
Antiquities.
Okay. Well, let us see what we can find. And he leads you off to one of the halls of records. And everybody who is participating, I am going to have you roll a library use. I'm going to roll for Silvio.
I'm good at this.
Oh my goodness.
You did say this is going to come up.
So I failed by 9, so I'm going to spend 9 luck points to succeed.
Sounds good.
Because I would like to succeed.
Yeah, for those of you listening to the audio version, Simon has rolled nothing but failure.
It's okay. You're here for protection.
You may want to check you still have Whisper to keep her on.
I know. I just switched it off.
Okay. Okay. And
I'm trying to like weigh what kind of a consequences for botching a push roll in library use would be.
Starting the library on fire.
You probably drop a book stack on someone.
Yeah.
So Cat did have a success. You don't know if that's going to be sufficient.
All right.
You can say you're going to push, and then Josh can tell you what the drawback would be, and then you can decide not to.
Absolutely.
Oh, right. Okay. Let's explore that. We haven't done this yet. So
let's explore that.
For giggles.
Okay.
What would be the consequences of a push?
Basically, while you're looking around in records, you're worried that you might get a little frustrated and possibly get something out of place or do something that could potentially damage records. So
we would get kicked out of the library.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that because they might also kick the rest of you out along with me.
Yeah, we're here with you. You're our ticket.
I kind of want to do it just to do it. But,
oh, God. Well, what's your?
We do
30.
30?
30. It's only 30, so it wasn't great chances in the first place. Yeah, and then we do have other libraries to try. Sorry.
But you do know that this is kind of the big library, so.
How much luck are you willing to spend if you fail?
Can't spend luck on push.
Good point.
Nope.
You can't spend luck on a push?
Nope.
Oh,
when you push, it is whatever you get.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I will not push.
Okay. So, with that, you guys do spend pretty much, the entire day sorting through records, and pre-internet, of course, you can't just Google something. Looking around is going to take, pulling up card catalog on this subject, searching this book and that book, and et cetera, et cetera. And with Remy's help, Kat and Remy together are able to come across a record from a different noble, and it does actually mention the Comte in it. And I am going to share with you guys. So for our listeners,
yeah, okay,
yep, I was actually going to ask if you could, since you were the one that found it.
absolutely. From the diary of Mademoiselle de Brienne, June 1789. The Comte was like a sun amongst us, shedding his light and making all rejoice in his pleasures. His feasts are said to be the most lavish and lascivious yet seen in our city. It was then that it became apparent that much evil was afoot, and the queen became angered. The king's men did raid the house, and much was destroyed, and the Comte was arrested.
We're going to find out that this thing was the catalyst for the entire French Revolution.
That would be really funny.
So we could look at prison records, and also if
or Remy. And I assume that as we're talking to Remy, we're either translating through Clifton or he knows English.
Remy he does know English, not terribly well, but okay. He's able to sort through some things.
Remy, do you know what might have happened to the Comte's possessions when his house was raided?
Well, if he was raided by the king and queen's men, then any records of his possessions and anything that happened with that, well, it would most likely be in the Bibliothèque de l'Arsenal. That's Clifton would recognize that is basically the military library.
Okay. Are those records public as well, or would we require that letter that we left at the hotel?
Glare.
Well, I could get you in there for a day. Anything past that would be pushing it. So hopefully we could find the records if we look tomorrow.
That would be spectacular, sir, if you could do that for us. Thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Just all that I ask is please make sure that you follow my lead when we are there. You have to understand the government right now is a bit on edge with everything going on with the upcoming protests.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, you guys are able to complete a little bit more research today in the main library. And kind of going off this one record, you are able to find more information about these parties that the Comte hosted. Apparently, there were several high-ranking individuals within the Queen's court that on the eve of the revolution attended parties with various minor nobles, and the Comte was one of them. After the palace uproar, there was there are records of a German count named Fenalik that was apparently executed without trial.
Well, that's the end of him.
Sorry, to clarify, you said that...
I think I would say that trail went dead.
Something lost his head. So, you said that several members of the Queen's Court attended a party of the counts, or just a party the night before the revolution?
Well, on the eve of the revolution, you imagine is kind of flowery language of right before the revolution, not necessarily the night before.
I got you.
That makes sense.
Okay. This is all the stuff leading up to his execution. Is what you're saying?
That's what it appears. Okay. Yes.
And he was probably German. He was executed without trial. And I wasn't thinking, but Beto's notes imply that the simulacrum was fractured probably before this stuff happened. Well,
Chat has requested more dad jokes. So
Chatted what?
Chat has requested more dad jokes.
Oh God.
So get up. Get on
More
that.
dad jokes. I'm a masochist.
Right.
the statue was dismembered in Paris just prior to the revolution. Part of it may still be in France. The owner was a noble, Comte Fenelix. So so he probably had it, and all right.
It seems likely
what I'm getting is that
he owned the statue, and it was in his estate when it was raided. That those records might be available in this other bibliotech.
Yep.
And then we might be able to figure out exactly what happened to it.
Yeah, the implication I'm getting is that the royals figured out something was going on, and the sundering of the artifact was related to the execution of the count. But okay, I guess this is we're gonna have to call it a day though pretty soon, right?
Yes, it is. It is late afternoon, so it is kind of getting time when the public would be ushered out of the library politely, but yes, you probably don't have much time.
Are there like any other academics around?
Quite a few, actually.
Would any of them have a letter of introduction?
Oh no.
Possibly.
Oh no.
Just see what happens to fall into my hands here. What would you?
Off the back of a truck.
Yeah, I'm looking for an opportunity to acquire perhaps a bit more. Leverage at this library or any library.
Okay. Make your roll.
Sleight of hand or luck, or what are you thinking?
Oh, yeah. If you're trying to acquire somebody else's letter, it would be sleight of hand.
There we go.
So not only a success, a hard success, which is actually what would be required. So yes, you are able to find a pair of English-speaking academics that do have a letter of introduction from a university in the UK. Specifically, it is the Royal University, which is kind of a smaller offshoot of the Oxford University.
Okay.
So it is not quite as prestigious, despite the name, but it is still a respected university in the UK.
Okay. Excellent. Is it something that I might have to forge one for us specifically, or is it just
like does it list their name?
Yeah.
Since you have given your names and there are names on the letter, you would have to either alter this one or,
or
use it as a template.
Make a new one. Gotcha. Consider that my nighttime work.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Should we set a time to meet with Remy at this other library?
Yeah.
Because he said he could get us in.
Yeah, and is this something that that would be tippable, like to say thank you? I know as Americans we like to tip, but I don't know if I get the idea if he wants one or not.
So as a general rule, tipping is not really a thing in Paris at this time. However, you get the feeling that what he has offered to do is, we'll say, above and beyond. So, kind of, it could go either way.
You know what? I think I will. I mean, he's already offered to do it, so it's not like I'm bribing him. It's more like a, you're really cool, and I know you're going out of your way for this, and this is for your troubles, sort of a thing. So I don't. Yeah, I would get him some money that way.
Hey, roll charm. And you got a success. Remy manages to kind of suppress his slight offense at this. While I appreciate the offer, what I am doing is just something to help out a fellow academic. And with that, he still takes the money anyway.
Thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Very well. And he goes off to one of the side rooms from the entrance. And as he opens it up to walk in, you can see that it's basically kind of a side study room. This is kind of his closet-sized office.
Is there anything interesting in there?
You're not close enough to tell.
All right.
Okay. Anything in particular that you guys are looking to do this evening?
I want to see what the other people decide first. That might change my answer.
Okay.
Yeah, so Simon will see what he can do about getting a letter of introduction that looks pretty good for us.
Okay. So I need you to roll the art skill forgery.
Ah, okay. So auto fail. Gotcha.
It does have a default of 5.
Oh, it does?
So roll a D100.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Here we go. No. Oh, but only 15 away.
Yeah, I know. It's a little tempting.
I loan him my.
We don't necessarily need it for tomorrow, because Remy's already gonna let us into this place.
Yeah, no, I was thinking like for other
Right.
other libraries we might come to. You know what? I will. I'll invest the 15.
Okay. So, are you looking to alter the existing one or create a new one with that template?
Create a new one with this template.
Okay. And what college is the one that has sent you guys to Europe, apparently?
Where did Clifton go?
Yeah, I didn't. What's a prestigious school in Connecticut?
Some hoity-toity.
Let's say he went to. Well, no, he doesn't have to be in Connecticut. Let's just say he went to Yale and not be cliched and say Harvard, but I can't think of Ivy League schools back in the day. So. I mean, his family's the type of wealthy where even if he had terrible grades, they would have just paid for a new library and he would have got in regardless, you know. So
Okay, sounds good.
Roll a d6 to choose your Ivy League school. Nice.
And if you ask Katarina, she just says,
But
Miskatonic University.
Is
Miskatonic
Miskatonic pretty well known?
Oh, very, very well known. It's basically Harvard.
It's basically Harvard.
Is it Harvard? Did Kat actually go there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, why don't we do that? And since it sounds like Clifton
Kat
probably...
has a 70 in education.
Yeah. So you probably know like what the letterhead would look like and everything.
She's better educated than Clifton by, I think, a lot.
Well, are you telling anybody that you're doing this, or are you just doing this in private?
Actually, so I'll probably get to the point where I realize that I need to do something about a school, and then so I might pop my head into the adjoining room and ask, if we did have a letter of introduction from a school, what would it be, and what would the letterhead look like? So.
And I think Katarina would just go, "Oh no, Mr. Ashford, what did you do?"
Oh, check it out.
Mr. Ashford, are you engaging in subterfuge?
What? No.
And I just realized I'm very sad. My framed diploma from Miskatonic University is actually in my cubicle at work.
Oh. So, yeah, I think Kat would say something like, "What have I gotten myself into?" And then, like, march over and, like, help.
Awesome.
My opinion of my companions changes daily.
I think Clifton will also come over and help by backseat driving the process in an obnoxious manner.
Oh, I guess
Okay.
Case did toss me a bonus die. We'll see if I roll a 1 to reduce my luck down to 5. Nope.
No.
No.
Well, actually, no. That
Does that make it an auto success?
no.
Because isn't it 0,
would be an
0?
auto success.
Yeah, so this is technically
That
a
just
100.
made it a 100.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Thankfully, I'm not going to make you take that.
I appreciate
As
that.
tempting as it would be. as you write out in crayon on construction paper, we are from the university.
When we get to the library, you're like, a goose! All right. I think once I'm done helping out a little bit, I'll just say like, well, the night is still young. I should take advantage. Don't you think?
Sure. What are you thinking?
One moment. Let me take a look at the. Can you go to the city map?
Oh, yep. Let me bring you back there. And I mean, there's obviously a lot that is not on this map.
Right.
So
Yeah. I'm just taking a look.
it's the touristy stuff. There's, Eiffel Tower is on there, but Eiffel Tower is not quite the tourist attraction it is nowadays, but it is very touristy.
I have heard much about the theater in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
I think I should catch a show at the Grand Guignol.
Oh, yeah, I'd be up for that.
I didn't invite you, but okay.
Oh,
Why not make it
sad face.
Wouldn't do to have my fiance running around town unaccompanied.
I'm joking, Mr. Ashford. You're welcome to join me.
Oh,
Especially with rumors of these ruffians about.
Yeah, speaking of which, I assume we need to, if we're carrying weaponry on us, we will need to conceal it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is
Rifles and
America.
shotguns are legal.
I mean,
it's not America.
I do have a couple of knives strapped to, I don't know, inside my coat or whatnot, so...
Carrying firearms is illegal in France. Like, flat out, any kind of firearms, it is illegal. However, owning them is not. So it's kind of a weird gray area. So you just want to be aware that if you are carrying anything, you want to make sure it is not noticeable.
Does Brawl cover... I believe Brawl covers blade and like small knives. Does it also cover like small cudgels and such?
Yep.
Okay.
Clifton have a blackjack?
Let's say, yeah, at least a blackjack. I'm debating whether to take my pistol along or not.
We're
Let's
just
not do
going
that.
to the theater.
Yeah,
in
we aren't
that
going
town
to
on the
war.
brink of- Aren't we though? Aren't we? We're Americans
No,
in Paris.
Yeah, so you empty your weapon at one of these guys, and if there's a lot of them, I don't think having a gun is great.
We don't have to.
And the black shirts.
We don't have to play out the scene of us actually going to the theater unless something important would actually happen. I just thought it would be fun.
Yes, something important will actually happen.
Oh, good. What have I done?
You've made it interesting.
I have.
You just relocated the interesting thing.
Oh, okay.
No, actually, this is going to be fairly interesting for you. As you are taking in a show, it's a review, a political review, in fact. So a lot of the jokes are kind of going over your heads, especially since, 3/4 of you guys don't speak French. But with that said, the costumes are interesting. The actors appear to have good comedic timing. However, about 2/3 of the way through the review, Simon, you feel like something on your pant leg catch.
No, that's my wallet. Check it out.
Your wallet is...
What's tugging at my pants?
So you look down, and there is a medium-sized black cat under your seat.
Okay.
And he appears to be pawing at your pant leg.
Okay. I'll scratch it behind the ear. Seeing as I can't understand what's going on in the show.
It accepts your scratches. And, Cat, about this time, you start smelling that rot smell that you smelled in your dreams.
So I wait like just enough time to know that it's not a figment of my imagination, and then I'll kind of like elbow the person next to me, which I think would happen to be Simon, and just say like, we should go now.
Since this is out of nowhere, I wonder how I would react.
Do I notice any of this happening?
Well, I assume Cat is not trying to hide this too much.
Yeah, I'm not being overly subtle.
Is this like fear then?
Yeah, she looks pretty terrified, and you also notice that she's like slipped into her accent, and
Again?
she says,
Okay.
"We are in grave danger."
Okay. Lead the way, my lady.
she'll grab her stuff and almost trip over the cat, I imagine.
You don't even get a chance because when Simon says lead the way, the cat actually takes the lead.
Oh, it just darts in forward. Okay.
Yep.
Have I noticed the cat is here yet?
I was gonna say you notice the cat at this point.
And I'm like, okay, now I know shit is about to go down, so I'm like hustling.
And you guys
Is that a
all
cat in
take
the theater?
note. Nobody else seems to notice the cat. It's just the three of you and Silvio, presumably.
Well, and at this point, I don't think Kat suspects that the two of them see the cat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She sees the cat dart forward, and she knows, okay, it's time to go for sure. So she's just following, but I don't think she has caught like the other interaction between Simon and the cat.
So, are you actually following the cat then?
I am, yeah.
Do I see the cat?
Are we? Maybe I'll make that.
Yes, you do.
So, like, are we going in and out of like alleys or whatnot, or are we even outside yet?
I think right now we're still just trying to leave the theater, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, we haven't left the theater yet.
I'm
would
just
assume
wondering.
you are heading outside, but
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the cat goes in a weird way. If I see that cat is following a cat, which would be weird.
well,
He also just like immediately started saying we're in grave danger for like based on no information.
For no apparent reason,
and
yeah.
bolted out of the theater, so,
Yeah.
like that's a little weird in and of itself. And considering what happened last night, I'm definitely on like high alert now. Big Clifton is.
Nothing to worry about. It's fine.
To say like marching order is Cat and then Simon and then Clifton.
I'm not worried about marching orders.
I'm just like saying like, so I'm behind Simon and I'm being like, how sane is this woman that we're with?
Meanwhile, Silvio is playing his guitar.
There was an incident this morning in the hotel room. She woke up and she was very agitated, and I don't know if we should be. There is a cat though there. You see that cat, right?
So Clifton just said that he sees the cat.
So yeah, if she hears that, she'll turn around. I assume we're like not in the auditorium anymore, but still inside the building, like in the halls.
So, the cat is leading you out of the auditorium into a essentially side hallway.
Okay.
So this is kind of on the way out of the auditorium, on
Okay.
the way out of the theater.
So she turns around immediately and she just locks eyes with you and she grabs you're probably wearing like a collared shirt or something, and is like, "Do you see it?"
It's just a cat. I don't know what you're worried about.
Oh no! Oh no!
The cat literally stops, turns around, stares at you, and lifts a paw up like it's looking at a wristwatch that it obviously is not wearing, and then turns around and continues walking.
I'll explain later. We have to go. I'll explain later.
Okay.
All right. It wasn't a very good show, anyways.
And I'll just keep following.
Okay. So you guys make it, and the cat actually leads you into a side storeroom. This is clearly a room used normally for holding basically cleaning supplies and things that are not in regular use day to day in the operation of the theater. So it's kind of a quiet side room.
Okay, so if we go into a weird side room after a cat, it's obvious we're following the cat and not Katrina. So I'll be like, Wait, what is going on here?
Odd.
So,
in this room, gonna glance around quick and see if there's anything that can be used as an improvised weapon.
not anything terribly special. There's probably some things that you could, swing as a cudgel if need be, but not anything of note.
Or like a mop on a pole or something like that, where at least
Yeah,
you could
something like that.
try and push something off or something like that.
But yeah, you guys kind of make it into the side room. Everybody following, I assume.
Yeah, but
Yep.
pensively and still definitely looking around to see if there's any assailants hiding around the corners or something.
So roll spot hidden. Coast seems clear, as far as you know, with that horrible failure.
Uh-oh.
The only thing I'm
We
concerned
can't
with at
hear
the
you
moment.
again. Oh,
Yeah, does it? You hear me? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hit the button. So the only thing right now I'm concerned about is our potentially highly unstable colleague and her magical cat that she
Not
thought
unstable?
was not real.
Just kidding.
so you guys make it into the side room, and in there, the cat turns around and looks at you as you all come in, and kind of reaches underneath one of the stacks of whatever and bats out a little just a tiny little satchel and bats it over to Katerina's feet.
She'll pick it up and examine it, and then like give the cat like a.
Yep.
For the benefit of our audio listeners, I did a shush motion.
We are in a small utility closet, right? It's not like she can actually hide this from happening in front of us.
Oh, you definitely saw her do that.
Okay.
Well, I assume we all want to be quiet here.
Right.
So when you examine the little bag, it's a bag of marbles.
Oh, come on.
Not ball bearings?
There's one ball bearing in there.
You had to do this and Ian wasn't here.
I didn't plan it out this way.
When I said I was losing my marbles, I didn't mean it literally.
Did you say this out loud?
I said that's out loud.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna share a look with Simon.
Yeah, I'm going to make it. I don't know. I'm going to see what I can see about Cat.
Psychology check.
A what? Yeah, psychology.
A psychology check.
Yeah.
Psychology check. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh God.
I'm good at rolling those. I rolled a 100, everyone.
Also do this because, yeah.
Oh, with that 100, Simon, Katerina has clearly lost her shit. She is fucking insane.
Oh no.
Clifton, however, you're pretty convinced that, other than the fact that she's clearly upset, she seems to be very, in control of her faculties.
Do I still smell that rot smell?
Since you have come into this room, no, you do not smell that any longer.
So
Okay. So, sorry.
Yeah.
No, go.
Obviously, we don't need to be here. I don't know why we're here anymore.
Right, but okay, so now that I've determined that she's not nuts, now I'm gonna actually ask, okay, so, Kat, what are we doing in the utility closet?
Okay. Okay. You have to believe me. Last night, I had a dream in which I was in danger, and the telltale sign was this scent of death and decay, and I smelled it again inside that auditorium.
Okay, but it was a dream, yes?
We didn't smell anything, right?
Kind of going back, I mean, there a lot of people in the theater probably hadn't showered, but no, as far as you're concerned. Clifton, however, once she says that, you're kind of searching your memories, and yeah, there were some off smells in the theater, but there was definitely something that was kind of stinging your nose. You didn't really take much note of it at the time, but now it's kind of ringing like, yeah, maybe.
Well, I don't know what's going on here, but let's just head back to the hotel.
Actually, I want to just put an arm out and stop him for a second and just think, well, wait a second. We did get attacked by a squid of living fire when we were in London, so maybe
Something.
this bears some further consideration. Can we hear? Is there activity going on in the theater that we can hear through the walls? Like, is the show still going on and such, or is now like
the show is still going on? However, you wouldn't really be able to hear it very well from the closet, if at all.
It's not like I could like. Okay, it's not like I could put my ear in like. There's too much of this stuff going on. I couldn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can't stay here all night. He's right about that.
Is there like a window in this closet or anything?
Nope.
Cool.
It's a janitor's closet, isn't it? It's like there's probably a
but
utility tank. It's like storage. Sorry, I was thinking. Yeah.
Look,
I think I'll like go up to the door and just crack it open and peek outside.
Okay. Do me a favor and roll spot hidden.
Okay. I failed by 21, which is a lot, but I also have a lot of points.
Mm-hmm.
So, screw it. I'll go ahead and spend them.
Okay. So, with turning that into a success, you actually do notice something moving out in the hallway. It seems to pass the closet by that you're in, but it's not a person. It's more like just a shadow. You don't see the shadow attached to anything, but you definitely see a shadow on the wall. And it stops after moving past the door. And it appears to look around, and then continues on down the hallway.
So I have a hand up. I'm like, do not make a noise. I don't say that, but that's like the, the motion that I'm making.
I don't know. I think with my 100, I might push her out of the way and see if I can see anything there. Obviously, I won't, right?
Well, if you're going to attempt to push her out of the way, that is going to require a contested check.
Okie doke.
So I am going to need both of you to roll brawl.
Ooh, we're fighting each other.
Oh yeah, we're fighting.
Oh jeez.
I don't know if Katarina would really put up a fight so much as like she doesn't want to cause noise. So If he goes to
Thanks, Casey.
Take it.
Oh, I got the same.
So,
okay.
okay.
Mr. Judge, why are you helping him shove me?
Case clearly doesn't like the crazy fortune teller lady.
Okay. I'm the most sane of all of us.
You are.
I actually am.
Margin.
I don't know that.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, are you going to try to, quietly let him do his thing, or
would resisting like how hard is he? Like if I resist, are we gonna cause noise? Well, I guess you would I would know.
Yeah.
So I think what Simon would do is he would just reach out, put his hands on her shoulder, and draw her back, and then I would go to take a look. But I don't know how you would interpret those actions.
So she'll let you, but she very firmly makes the shush motion and like points like she sees something.
Okay.
Okay. So you're peeking out the door then?
Yep.
I will give you the same spot hidden.
Oh my god. You're gonna fail and pick up it? Son of a bitch.
Just because this is bad, yeah, I will. I'm gonna spend the luck. And
Thank you.
Okay.
Please do.
So with the success, you do see just out of the corner of your eye a shadow that is, kind of on the wall down the way. This, and please note that I didn't require this out of Katarina. You are going to need to make a sanity check as you realize that shadow is attached to nothing.
Can I, while he's doing that, can I also make an occult check to see if I know or recognize what that thing might be or any myths surrounding it?
Absolutely.
Cool.
So that's a
Simon,
failure by 4.
You are going to lose.
Yay.
Thankfully, you only lost 1 sanity.
Okay, cool.
Oh, is that all?
Well,
Is that
didn't
what?
necessarily see what caused the shadow, so.
Right. So I got a 69. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Which is a success.
Okay.
Nice.
Unfortunately, you can't quite narrow it down. There are way too many things that this could fall under. However, a lot of creatures of European folklore could be this sort of shadow creature thing. So, yeah, I mean, it could be. There are ghosts, there are spirits, there are vampires, you name it.
Invisible man.
So yeah, I guess what would happen is Simon would take a peek. He would see the shadow, and he'd sort of shudder a bit, and then look over at Kat. I don't know if would that get rid of my? Well, I shouldn't say get rid of my 100. I think it might balance out the 100.
Yeah. Yeah. You're starting to think, oh, maybe I judged her poorly.
What's the cat doing?
What is the cat doing?
So, you turn around to look at the cat, and it's not there anymore. And you're looking around. There is nowhere for it to go.
Just
Cat, what the hell is going on right now?
wait for it to go away. And then we get out of here. Okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And she leans over and she takes the marbles.
Okay.
Puts them in her purse.
Sounds good.
How long does it take for that shadow to go away?
So you peek back out after a couple of minutes of, hanging out here quietly, and there's no smell, no shadow, no nothing.
Let's get out of here.
All right, quietly get out.
Gladly.
Does anyone? Yeah, I'll take a broom from that closet.
So
No,
this
I'm
random,
not.
well-dressed man walks out of the theater carrying a broom for no
Yeah,
reason.
right.
Yeah, there probably isn't anything really valuable or interesting in there. I'm assuming, right?
It's just, I mean, probably not.
Not really, no.
Yeah. Okay. Not like a bottle of booze that the janitor left over.
Once we're out of the theater, Kat will say something like, "Well, I give that play 2 stars."
Do you know what that was?
Not specifically. It could have been any number of things. Apparitions, spirits, ghosts. There are, and she'll actually rattle off kind of the a little bit of what Josh was saying earlier, and you get the sense as she's like talking that 2 things. One, she's pretty well learned with regards to occult stuff. She's speaking with like confidence and the sense that she has actually like researched this in the past. And 2, her eyes light up like this is like the most fascinated she's been all week. You know what I mean? But in the end, she doesn't have like a specific answer for you. She just goes on and on. She'll probably keep talking until you interrupt her.
Yeah, I'm still trying to. No, I'll let her talk. Yeah,
Oh, she'll talk like the whole way back to the hotel if you let her.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to know who I'm dealing with, so anything she says is going to be helpful with that.
The conversation evolves, and by conversation I mean like the monologue evolves about halfway through from her informing you based on your question to her just rambling to herself like, well, it couldn't have been this because this, and then myths regarding this sort of thing in France, and she'll just keep going on and on and on.
Actually, I think at one point in time I will ask about the cat, the black cat.
Oh, the cat.
You seem
nothing.
to
It was nothing.
know it.
I don't know if that has anything to do with the she's very clearly lying. She's not even.
Are you lying to me?
Well, I need a psychology roll versus Katarina's fast talk.
Okay. I actually do have.
Oh my goodness, I'm the worst. Simon failed again.
But I also failed.
So yeah, you're like, no, I don't know. I mean, you're just unconvinced either way.
Yeah, gotcha. So Simon is still sort of skeptical, I guess.
That being said, I think Clifton suspects more because I did grab him and say, "You see it too."
Yeah, I have to ask. At some point during this monologue, I ask, did the Turks send that thing after us, or was it just here?
The Turks? No. I mean, I don't see any evidence that would point to that being the case.
We should also figure out a different name for them.
They did send a floating fire squid after our benefactor, so...
Yeah, I just...
Let's not write off any possibilities, right?
Are you referring to the shadow or the cat?
Well, the thing that you were both terrified of, that's what I was referring to. The cat seemed like, mostly like a cat. It seemed to know a little bit too much about what was going on, though. What was that about?
I don't know. Just a strange cat, I assume. The shadow, on the other hand, I'm not sure. The shadow could have been anything. It could have been something that to do with all of this.
Yeah.
Do we need to start sleeping in shifts at the hotel?
If I can sleep at all.
Yeah, and by the way, we should probably just stop calling them the Turks. I think we need some sort of fun name for them.
Yeah.
The Fez Brigade? They do have a cult name, don't they? The Turks is easier to remember.
Do they? Do we have a name?
The only thing I think we have from them is this quote-unquote skinless one note. I don't think, well, is there anything on the knife that would be indicative of a cult or anything? As Simon pulls out 2 daggers and checks them out.
Are we still walking back to the hotel?
Yeah.
That's up to Josh, I guess.
I would think that Simon probably wouldn't pull out weaponry until you're in private.
Yeah. So. We're not stupid. Mostly.
Actually, I probably should just make sure that we aren't being followed now that I'm super paranoid. So I will keep an eye out as we are on our way back.
Spot hidden. Hey, you made a success.
Yay!
You did.
I got a hard success, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
You did it.
So, you don't see anybody or anything that seems to be following you. So, yeah.
Okay.
You seem to be in the clear.
Cool. All right. Let's head to our hotel room and see if we can figure out... yes, the thing was invisible. So, yeah, that does make it tough in the night. Yeah, I would like to take a look at those knives once we get back to our hotel room, see if there's any symbology on it.
Okay. So, yeah, when you get back into the hotel room, you're taking a look at the knives, and you do notice on the, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the term is the pommel, the bottom of the dagger handle. You do notice there is actually engraved into the metal a fez.
Oh, wow. These guys... yeah, I guess Fez Brigade it is.
Cool.
Okay. Anything else for this exciting evening?
No. At least not on my end.
What, you don't want to drag them out somewhere else where you can be stalked by some, unseeable monster?
No. No, I'm good. No more nightly excursions. I'm done.
Yeah, I think after having seen that thing, Simon will probably stay up fairly late, just sort of playing solitaire to sort of get his nerves back under control with his deck of cards. Because, yeah, nothing is sitting well with him right now.
Okay. After... Silvio seems to fall asleep fairly quickly, but after a while kind of wakes back up and sends you to bed and kind of indicates that he'll take watch.
Okay.
Seeing that you are distressed.
Silvio's cool.
I will offer to stay up while Katrina tries to sleep, at least for a section of the night. Clifton specifically did not see the thing, so he still is not even certain that anything actually happened there, that these two aren't just completely bonkers, but...
That is very kind of you, but I don't know how easily I'll be able to fall asleep tonight anyway. You might as well get some shut-eye while you can.
Well, I'll be here if you need me. And, no, never mind. I was going to say maybe he takes a gun out, but that would probably be bad if housekeeping comes in the morning or something like that, so let's not do that.
Mr. Carlisle, would you like some tea before you head to bed?
Tea would be nice.
Okay. And she's gonna go brew some tea, but unbeknownst to you, I'm going to use some of my components that I have to brew something a little special.
Mm-hmm.
Boy.
And as he drifts off, I'm going to cast...
Would you like to have a sip of this roofie colada?
It's no, it's not that.
I know.
But she's going to cast Dream Vision on Clifton.
Okay.
But she hems and haws about it for a little while. She's like, I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but I want to learn more, and I also want to impress upon Clifton the danger that we're all in, and I think this might be the best way to do it. So,
Okay.
So how do I do this? Also, I want to cast a spell.
Yeah.
Casey's giving you a bonus die.
A bonus die. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
nice.
Yay. Magics. So, do I have you roll or no?
So you do, and for this spell, one moment. It is going to take a will roll.
Okay.
Or excuse me, power roll.
Okay. I was like, where's Will?
I was trying to think I was trying to remember how it was abbreviated. Power roll.
Well, I succeeded. Oh, I have a bonus.
Yep.
Okay. I rolled an 88, and then the bonus die was an 8. So.
Okay. Hey,
Success, how do I?
A success is a success.
And I have to spend 3 MP, right?
Yes.
Okay. Done.
Okay.
If I roll triples, does that give me something cool?
888.
What was that?
I rolled triples. Do I get something cool?
Sadly, no. Well, no more cool than the spell in general.
I'm joking.
Now, in this case, it is actually going to cost you 1 sanity for the spell. You did not necessarily know that beforehand, but because of the content of the spell.
Did it.
So, Clifton, you have one hell of a nightmare tonight.
Oops.
And this is something special because it's a lucid dream. You know that you're dreaming, and that is one of the few things that is keeping you from losing your shit in the dream.
Okay.
But you do see yourself in the yard of a small home. And as you're looking at the home, it seems to transform into some beautiful palace before your eyes. And you feel almost drawn to it, but as you're trying to approach it, arms shoot up out of the ground and grab at your ankles. What do you do?
Are they're like human arms as far as I can tell?
As far as you can tell.
Well, I'm going to try and disengage from the arms and run towards the palace.
Okay.
Unless there's something stabbing within reach, and then I'll grab that and try and stab at them while I'm trying to disengage.
So you're looking around, you don't see anything, but the arms are grabbing very insistently at you. And as you pull your leg away from one of them, its fingers seem to tear off of them like they're dead, rotten things. And you barely make it to the palace. And as you throw open the door, it's just a small kitchen. Just a normal, small kitchen. And there is a husband and wife seated at a table and a little girl playing with her dolls on the floor next to the kitchen table.
What are they? What do they look like ethnically? Are they
They're white.
like
That's all
European?
you can tell.
Okay. So okay. I look behind me. Is there anything following me through the doors or outside? That is.
So you look behind you and you see not the yard that you came up in, but a full garden. A beautiful garden. But as you're looking at it, the flowers begin to rot and putrefy. And rising up out of these rotten flowers, you see what you can only assume is the simulacrum. A statue with carvings on it. And it just grows out of the ground and looms over you. And that's when you wake up.
I'm sorry, remind me. Okay, and the statue looks like a person-ish, or
You don't know a whole lot about it, but yes, what you do know is it looks like a person.
okay. So I wake up like violently. I saw it. I saw it.
So, two things. Josh. Sorry, go on.
Actually, before we get into this, I do need a sanity roll from Clifton.
That's fair.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and Mr. Trench did spend some points to allow you to spend luck if you need to.
Oh, nice.
Hopefully you won't,
Oh, wait,
but
sorry.
if you do.
What? So sorry. Somebody. Okay. So I just rolled the sanity thing on the interface on the.
Ooh, extreme success.
Extreme success.
Damn.
Yes, you are. Well, you're not feeling good about what you saw, but you are able to process it. So.
Right.
Yep. So you wake up.
I don't see what he sees, right?
No, you don't.
So when you wake up, to your surprise, Katarina is like sitting right by your side. She's got like a wet washcloth and she's wiping off your forehead. And as soon as you wake up, she just looks at you knowingly and says, "What did you see?" And she doesn't. She's slept much at all.
I saw it. I saw the simulacrum. I saw.
Describe it. What happened? And you don't have to embellish in character if you don't want to, but she asks you to describe the entirety of the dream.
Yeah, Josh, is there any connection? Based on what the little girl looked like, is there? This is me metagaming a little bit, but like, was there any resemblance between the child playing and adult Katrina?
Nope.
Okay. So I'll recount the story, but maybe changing it a little bit to make myself look braver than I was, even in the dream, because that's how he is.
Okay. So Josh, can I roll Dream Lore?
Definitely not using any
Yes, you may roll Dream Lore.
Okay. And can I also roll psychology to see if he's lying about the bravery?
Yes.
Okay.
And Clifton, I'll give you a fast talk to go against the psychology.
So I got a hard success on my psychology check. Okay, so I know you're blustering. Yeah. You're all bluster.
Yeah.
Yep.
You were terrified. Got it.
It's pretty clear.
All right, and then Dreamlore, I got a hard success. Oh, I love all these successes. Heck yeah.
So the description that he's giving you, you think is probably not that much symbolism. Your best bet is knowing what you know about the spell that you cast and knowing what you do know about the dream world, which is significant. You're thinking that when he was dreaming, he was on the edge of the dreamlands, which might have been merging different times and different versions of reality. But what he was dreaming about was essentially, overarchingly, pretty real. You don't know if it's the future, the past, or what, but it feels real.
And you said it was a young child and what else? In the kitchen?
It was a married couple and their kid.
Married couple and their kid. Could you tell what they were wearing? Did they look like they were wearing older clothing or modern clothing?
You didn't really catch.
I don't remember. They were Caucasian. The girl looked to be about, I don't know how. Did I catch what she was playing with?
Dolls.
So
she gets dolls.
She starts to pace and she's like, it could have been the Comte. It could have been the palace that he lived in a state that he lived in, and the simulacrum is there or was there.
It was a small kitchen, though.
That could be a location. Perhaps a piece of the simulacrum is there.
Perhaps. What's the significance of the wilting and putrefying flowers?
Perhaps you could discuss this with the other person who's sleeping in the other room.
Yeah, I think at this point we probably should.
He's just gonna brush it. He totally. I think Clifton is definitely realizing that she drugged him, but
oh yeah,
it's not gonna bring that up right now because this seems to be important for our job, and he's just gonna set it aside for the moment. But maybe not just accept tea every time when she offers next time. All right, go get Simon. I need some brandy.
I have some in my luggage.
He's got a bottle next to it on the bedside.
So for the purposes of expediency, we'll bring up Simon up to speed. And Silvio, for that matter. Poor Silvio. Although I'll leave out the part where I drugged our companion. Man, Cat's not coming off too well in this story.
So far tonight, no.
Just do what Simon does and just lean into it.
Oh boy. I think we should continue with our current plan, but I think it might be possible that this palace, if it's a real place, might hold a piece of the simulacrum. And the kitchen might be part of that. Maybe.
It was in the garden, though.
Oh, in the garden? Oh, okay. Yes, you're right.
I was in the kitchen when I turned to look out. The simulacrum was in the garden. Well, what had turned into the garden, because where I came from wasn't the same place that I looked back to. But
it could be both. It could be that the garden was the location where the statue originally was, and perhaps the kitchen is also an important location for some reason.
What does this thing do? Did the professor ever give us any hint at what its purpose was?
Only
it was obviously sundered for a reason.
It's an artifact of extraordinary power, and that it has to do with immortality, or that the people who are after it believe it's the key to immortality.
Another word for immortality is death, depending on how you look at it.
Indeed.
Wow, this is a cheery thing he woke me up for.
What did you expect, Simon? Drinks at the cafe.
What time is it?
Scott, what time is it?
Hey, Clifton, what time is it?
Yeah, seriously though, what's time? Actually, he is. Let's just say he instinctually is going to. He's going to look at his clock, maybe for like he's just got an instinct to look at it like for comfort or something.
And I'll try to take a peek
So he's
again.
not trying to hide it this time.
Yep.
Can I make a psychology test to kind of see this dynamic playing out, that like Simon keeps asking Clifton the time and Clifton keeps going like this, you know?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This time he didn't try to hide it. He's too shaken up, but
I failed.
So, Simon, you gonna roll for spotted?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, you are able to make out more of the inscription than you were before. You're only able to catch a quick glance, but enough to be able to remember some more of what was in there.
All right. And I'll probably add it to a picture that I've started on a napkin or something like that in my pocket.
Okay. Sounds good.
When we're getting ready to leave the hotel and continue with our day, at some point, she'll lean over to Clifton and say very quietly, sort of under her breath, now, Mr. Carlyle, you have a small understanding of what I have felt these past few days. She didn't
say
mean
anything.
She didn't mean it like a threat or anything, just like an explanation.
Yeah, but I mean, he's sort of like, if that was how you've been living, that's what you've been living for the last like however many. It's like, damn, no wonder you can't sleep very well. It's just like he's gonna be quiet for a lot of the morning, I think, and he's also taking a little flask of brandy with him in his breast pocket that he'll be sipping on.
Hey, it's not America. Drink if you want.
Even if it was America.
The apocalypse is coming. Maybe drink if you want.
Yeah, that
Smoke
too.
them if you got them.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly not challenging for him to get a drink in America.
So, the rest of the night is not exactly restful for any of you, but you do manage to make it through the rest of the night without any more horrific nightmares. In the morning, though, are you going to meet Remy?
That was the plan.
Yes, after some lovely croissants in the hotel restaurant or local bakery, whatever's appropriate.
Oh yeah, the hotel would actually have pastries from a local bakery available. So, yep, after getting a breakfast, you are able to meet up with your contact, Remy, at Bibliothèque de l'Arsenal. and it is clearly a military building. It is beautiful and it is well constructed, but it is clearly military. And Remy speaks to the guards and the people at the desk in fast, very formal French. Clifton, you know enough French that you're able to keep up with some of the conversation, but a lot of it does go over your head. It is pretty clear, though, from what you are hearing, that Remy does appear to be possibly calling in some favors. If you would roll French for me, we'll see how much more than that you can get. Ooh.
Damn.
Extreme success.
Extreme.
So, extreme. So with that extreme success, yeah, you are able to pick out a fair amount more, and as he's talking more, you're picking out, additional pieces of the conversation. But essentially, what appears to be going on is Remy is trading favors with the librarian that is there to get some assistance on a paper he is writing. Uh, that Remy is kind of offering to have these American, uh, intellectuals be able to take a tour and report back to their bosses about how well they were treated. So basically, he is lying through his teeth, pretending like you guys are big shots.
Okay, can I surreptitiously relate this to my comrades without making it obvious to anyone else? You know what I mean?
You, yeah, you would be able to kind of quietly just and let them know.
Okay.
Because I feel like they should know. How are we gonna thank this dude?
So,
well, we'll talk about that later.
Well, after holding the conversation, Remy is able to lead you inside and kind of take you into an area that, I mean, it's not like it's completely shut off to the general public, but you get an idea that you're being given more access than the average person would be able to get, at least on no notice and just random Joe Blow off the street.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Okay.
So, yeah, Clifton, you can read the signs in this library, so bring us to the area where they have the foreclosures.
Remy hears this
right,
and well, I trust in your abilities, good sir. I will show you at least the area that you should be looking in. I do have to tend to a few things while we're here, but you will hopefully be able to find it yourselves.
Can I roll a psychology on him?
Yes, yes, you can.
Nice.
Very nice.
I'm getting a little suspicious of him just helping.
Yeah, what the?
He is talking a lot more formal. He is talking a lot more formal today than he was yesterday. He does seem to be carrying himself very different today than he was.
Is he the same guy?
Certainly appears to be.
Okay, we should. So he now. Okay, sorry. So just timeline wise, we're now in a special area. Remy has now gone off to do other things, so we can whisper freely about him.
You're on your
So
own.
two things. One, as I said, he just traded some favors to give us access. People he just met yesterday. On one hand, we should thank him. On the other, I'm inclined to be suspicious of that kind of motivation. Or lack of motivation. Any thoughts?
It does seem a little suspicious. I'm wondering if I should follow him and see what he's up to.
Given what has occurred in the last few days, I'm suspicious of pretty much everyone but the three of us.
Four of us. Unless you are suspicious of yourself.
I meant the three of you.
Just kind of waves.
The three of you is what I meant.
So yeah, I'll go stealth after Remy. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and roll.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
No.
We've been getting boned on bonus dice here.
Yeah, we have.
Somebody help this man out.
I was gonna say, first session, the bonus dice were treating you guys very well. Last week, it was kind of hit for give or take. Today,
Perhaps a mysterious benefactor in chat would like to allow him to push without penalty or something.
Hey, I've been trying to talk to buy you guys time to get a mysterious benefactor.
Here we go. Oh, a bonus die. Thank you. Wonderful.
There we go. So, hey!
Thank you, chat, for that. I greatly appreciate it.
Can we refund the bonus die?
I am actually refunding that, so don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
I got a regular success.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
You almost trip.
Oh, jeez. I'm having the worst luck. Simon is having the worst luck in these past couple of days.
So, you managed to very, very quietly kind of sneak your way around in what amounts to a military building and manage to avoid any undue attention. And you're kind of following along where you heard Remy go, and you kind of turn a corner and realize, oh, I believe he went into that office.
Simon doesn't speak French. How's he going to eavesdrop if he can't speak French?
Well, I don't know, but what is the office? Is there like a nameplate on the office or anything? Yeah.
The nameplate just says Mademoiselle Lorenz.
Okay.
No.
You know what? I will just
Eavesdrop.
Yeah, I will try to eavesdrop. I don't know what I'm going to hear, but I'm going to go for it.
Choose an exhausted enemy at your location. Test intellect.
Okay. Roll for listen.
I'm going to pay that point.
You pay that 1 point to turn it into a success. And you kind of hold your ear up to the door and you're trying to listen for what's behind the door. And you hear some very inappropriate noises.
Oh
my.
Okay.
Oh my.
I'm less concerned now. with this person.
Okay, then.
All right, I will head on back to the group.
Well, wait. I mean, do we really know for sure? I mean, I think maybe you have to stick around a little longer.
You want me to lockpick and
No,
check?
no.
Just peek through the keyhole.
I'm fine. I am going to come back.
So now we have reassurance and leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In the research room, and Simon, you will be there as well, so you can roll. I would like everybody to roll library use. Everybody is going to get a bonus die on this one.
Hell yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay. I was wondering if I should use luck.
Yes!
I got a hard success.
The bonus gave me a regular success. Okay. Like right on the money.
Wow. The most unrealistic part of Call of Cthulhu isn't the monsters and the ghost. It's the fact that my education is helping.
Oh, that is depressing and true. So yeah, actually, we had a couple of successes here, including Kat's hard success, and Silvio did get a success as well.
Yeah, and Simon got one with the bonus die.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, then actually, that's going to get you guys a little bit of information. Let's see.
Ian probably picked a good session to not be a part of. He spent 2 whole days in a library.
Actually, I mean, he got this library use one, which is going to get him a check on his character sheet.
He's probably handing out pamphlets to everyone, too.
Oh my god, I haven't been doing that. All right.
Doing what?
Putting pips on successes.
Spot hidden.
Library.
Occult.
We can figure it out later.
Dream lore and occult.
Oh,
Yeah.
You can go back through your rolls and check on the record.
I think that's everything. Oh, and history.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so you find 2 things. You find a report from Captain Louis Malone, and you find, as part of evidence attached to information on the raid of the Comte's Palace, you do find an additional journal, which I am sharing with you guys now.
Who wants to read what?
Oh man, there's some lascivious stuff in here.
Who got the other success? It was me and Silvio?
And Simon.
Yeah,
and
I
Simon.
can read too about it. I'm the only one who didn't get success.
So, Simon, you read one and I'll read the other.
Okie dokie.
For the benefit
I've
of our
got the
listeners.
journal here. The Journal of Lucien Rigault, June 1789. 2 nights later, the soldiers of the king went in force to the Comte Villa to halt his excesses. After they burned his mansion, they brought the Comte before the king's deputy, who then ordered me present to deliver an opinion. Comte Fenelick was screaming and writhing. It was easy to see that he was mad. As a nobleman and a madman, he could not be executed, so I suggested that a merciful king might place Fenelick in Charrington. The king's deputy apparently decided upon this course and arranged that Fenelick be taken there. Later the king expressed his approval, and the disposition was made permanent. The last I learned of him was that he had been locked away in a cellar because he had attacked other patients.
All right.
Do we know what? Yeah, sorry.
This is the report of Captain Malone. From the report of Captain Louis Malone, June 1789. When we arrived, the feast was still in progress. Men and women were running like rabid dogs. Oh boy. We chased them out, arresting the ones who were not able to vouch for themselves. I sent 6 men to capture the Comte, while I entered the chambers beneath. I cannot bring myself to describe what I saw there, save that we had entered a cesspool and it was hell. God protect us. Many devices of torture lay in many chambers. One of my men found a strange Nuremberg Virgin which was locked. Fearing to find a fresh occupant, we smashed it open, but found it to be empty. It was a dark day when noble vermin, such as Fenelek, did descend upon that word that is French and I don't know how to pronounce.
Poisy.
Poisy?
It's the name of essentially a suburb of Paris.
Okay. And if God does not punish him for his sins, then the king surely will. It was with a just heart that I did give the order to burn the house and those who remained below, though the Comte did howl and scream as though his very soul was burning. We then took him to the place that would be his new home. There may he rot. So these two
people were in the basement when they burned the freaking place down.
Do you want ghosts? Because that's how you get ghosts.
Yeah, that sounds like a ghosty thing.
Plus, if they're in the basement, wouldn't they be victims of these torture devices? And like, oh man, this is getting really dark.
Shock and awe. Call of
No
Cthulhu.
way. Call of
What?
Cthulhu got dark.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. But still,
So
like,
these
Jesus.
link up. They went to the feast. They shut it down. They took the Comte away, and the king ordered him sent to that place, which I assume is a prison.
So you're able to find pretty quickly it is an asylum. Still is in operation today.
So
Yeah.
that doesn't help us figure out where his possessions might have gone. And also the fact that his estate was burned down means we can't go there to look for this thing.
Although we might be able to
not
find...
necessarily.
Yeah, we know the suburb now.
If we can find the site, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Perhaps another building was built on that site, or perhaps it's still a ruin.
So I have a question.
Oh, yes.
I'll be right back. Go on.
I'm noticing an alternate spelling of the Comte's name. Does that give us an additional angle for research?
Using that, you actually are able to find pretty quickly the actual, essentially, location that his palace would have been at.
Convenient.
Good call.
Thank you. So we now know where
Which is the correct spelling, but you know, yeah.
Can we find a picture of it? And if so, does it look like the one in his dream?
Oh, that's a good question.
They didn't really have photography in the late 1700s, did they?
Painting. She meant painting.
Actually, they might have had photography.
So back at the main library, you might be able to, if you want to spend some time back there, like tomorrow.
Yeah, let's less priority than the finding the site in the first. Well, I don't know. Maybe not actually, because there might be some clues in the. What's that?
It's not super duper important. It would just be nice to have confirmation that my theory regarding your dream is correct.
Yeah, it also might lead to an additional clue or two as to where on the grounds, because I'm sure they built something else in the place of this of the burned down mansion. So we're gonna have to figure out how to get on the grounds and what's that?
It's likely, but it's also possible they didn't if this place was so like sacrilegious.
Oh, fair point.
But I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, all of this research pretty much does take up the day. After a couple of hours,
Was Remy there the whole time?
Remy does come back and see that you've made some discoveries, and he helps with some minor translations and things like that. But he seems distracted for some reason. A little worn out.
Yeah.
With a big old smile on his face.
You know, now that you say that, he is kind of smiley.
Aww. Remy.
I'm glad that your
Nobody
time
make any
here
jokes.
is exciting, Remy.
You don't want him to know that we know.
Oh, that's funny. Can you remind me what the difference between psychology and psychoanalysis is?
Psychology is essentially insight in D&D terms.
Right.
Psychoanalysis is used to help people recover lost sanity.
Right. Okay. That's right. I knew that.
Multiple psychoanalysis roles over time can help you recover at least some sanity.
Okay.
Okay.
So I suppose we should turn to. I mean, there's nothing else that we can get from this. We've tapped this source dry, right? That's the implication I'm
Certainly
getting.
appears to be.
Yeah, they don't have anything on like auctions or anything in here, which we forgot about in the last library, but I'm assuming that's the case, right?
That would be correct. You don't find anything specific about what was done with anything from the actual villa.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I got nothing else. That sounds good.
Yeah, so we sort of have two threads.
So,
we could go to the asylum or just go to the place. And I think,
or you had mentioned looking up at the other library, trying to get information about the comp's palace, his villa.
yeah.
That could be useful, but I also feel like just heading to that district might be enough.
Well, I mean, the library's right there, so we could just on the way stop by, spend an hour, just to see if we can find anything interesting, and then head on. An hour.
Did you ever work out your letter of mark or whatever?
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Or was that
Take a
terrible?
look.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, we could do that real quick.
To the bibliothèque.
The other bibliothèque.
Like I said, you took up pretty much the entire day at this library. The next day, you are able to head over first thing. And at this point, the librarian recognizes you and calls over Remy to help you out. And one more library use roll.
Oh yeah.
This is reminding
Remy,
me.
it's like we're becoming old friends.
I failed this time. And so did you. So did you.
Wow.
Yikes.
Oh, God. I meant to boost it with luck.
Well, you still can after the fact. Yeah, luck is specifically done after.
Well, there's a thing we can do to. It looks like there's a thing we can do to also. Never mind. You're right. That's just the main thing you're referring to. Never mind. Okay.
You can also push, but I don't think it's worth it in this instance.
No, not with a 30.
And
I have a ton of luck though. I want to use luck before we finish.
Yeah. Luck is there to be spent.
Spend 43 luck. Do it. It's fine.
That does seem like a lot of luck for one thing.
That's too much luck. No.
But at the same time, Clifton does get an extra D10 of luck at the beginning of every session.
This isn't that important.
Did we all? Wait, we're only looking up to see if we can find a painting of the Comte's.
It doesn't have to be a painting.
Whatever.
A description would work too. Exact location, address, that kind of thing would also help.
Yeah, and anything like with the new spelling of the name as well. So.
Right.
But we all failed. So.
But even just a description of it had, this sort of architecture and it was 3 floors and that whatever, it could help us. Yes, that's the one that you saw in your dream. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, because it's burned to the ground now.
I don't want to use half my luck on this.
No, don't. It's fine. Don't do it. It's not worth it.
It's only 43 points.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
It's half. It's literally half of Well, not quite, but so off to Poissy. Then.
Yes.
Poissy.
I was just wondering if I should ask Remy about the skinless one. Now that we've gotten him an inn and a happy ending, he might give us a little leeway.
I don't think he needed our help.
Yeah, I didn't get that impression.
I think that we were just a pleasant excuse.
Yeah, you were the excuse that he was able to leave the library for a day.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we could ask him though, regardless.
I really. Well, so Kat doesn't know what Simon saw, but I think it'd be really funny to go back and be like, "Oh, Remy, we need your help again. You need to take us to that other library just so that you could get laid again." I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Let's go. I think we're good to go.
We're good to go. Yep.
Okay. So you guys are going to go over to Poissy, which I do not have a map of the area around Paris, but it is not terribly far outside of the city proper. You are going to have to take a train. It is to the northwest of the city proper. It is north of Versailles, if you know where Versailles is.
Can we get a feel?
Like ways out.
Can we get a feel
It's
of like how
a few hours on the train?
Of how like hoity-toity it is?
Oh, it is very obviously a basically small town. It's on the outskirts. Modern day, like I said, it would be kind of like a suburb of Paris, but back in the 20s, it was very much kind of its own separate town, and it was a very kind of farm focused town.
All right, I'll try to go incognito. I guess.
And actually, looking at it, it's about an hour and a half on the train. Not quite as far as I thought, but
I'm thinking we'll see. We'll do some recon, but I'm thinking it might be better for Clifton to just be the. Well, I guess it depends on. Never mind. We'll see what we see. Because we now know not just. What?
Sorry, go on.
We know now the specific location in the town now, right? Because of that secondary spelling.
You know the area. I mean, like the address that would have been in the late 1700s doesn't quite translate to modern addresses, but yeah, you would be able to get into the area for sure.
We might need to ask some questions of some locals. And by we, I suppose it's probably going to mean me.
I mean, I can too.
So say we get the train, assuming we aren't accosted by werewolves.
No, just one. Just one werewolf.
That neighborhood. Just we brush him off.
And we see it transform for Stokes' pleasure.
Yep. You see it transform, you all die. Good campaign, guys.
Cool, that's fun. I liked it. I especially like the part where we randomly died.
Yeah. Sorry, in joke, everybody. Our friend Dave Stokes has, we'll say, he has baggage involving werewolves.
And I have baggage involving campaigns in which people randomly die when they walk into a room.
Hey, wow. Neither of us died.
That's true.
Thank God.
That's true. So what's our plan here? Are we just gonna roam the town until we find a place that very clearly stands out, or are we gonna look Are we going to go somewhere that might have this information?
I mean, the library should have the local maps. Or sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
Josh.
good. Another library.
Another library.
Clifton, you would know from what you were able to find that it would be on Rue Saint Etienne. You don't know where specifically, but somewhere on there it would have to be.
Okay, so I say this, I repeat this. It should be on Rue Saint Etienne. I'm just gonna guess at the spelling there, and I point out the sign so everyone else knows what sign to look for, what street we're on. Although I suppose when we're on the streets go they're linear. So, anyways, so we're gonna look for. Kat did not see anything I saw from the dream, right? I had to describe everything to her.
Correct.
Right.
So that's not gonna help anybody but me, even if that is maybe related, which we have not confirmed. Okay, well, let's just look for now.
Buy a map if there's one available.
Is a spot hidden appropriate for this? Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
It's just
opposed to asking locals.
Once you are able to bring the group to the right street, it actually doesn't take you very long to realize, there's literally only a few kind of lots on the area, and there is only one that would be large enough that it would have held a Comte's villa.
Are these like multiple acres, you know?
The one that is obviously going to be the correct one is an acreage at the end of the street, and it looks like it actually is kind of. It looks like it hasn't been terribly well maintained until recently. But it is a very large, now it is kind of a nice-ish residence. And you see there's basically a small house towards the back of the lot, and a lawn with a drive leading up to it. And...
Okay.
This is the area.
For those of you listening to the audio, a map has just appeared.
You say that like that's, inherently a bad thing.
This isn't D&D. Just because there's a map doesn't mean we're going to have a fight.
We've had several maps tonight and no fights yet.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take this back. We have a map where our individual tokens actually matter. As opposed to a street map of Paris.
At least it's not a grid.
Yeah, but there's shadow techniques.
I'm going to pull aside the team and hush the tones
with dynamic lighting.
Yeah, I was going to say, am I supposed to be able to see the interior of the building? Because I can see the interior of the building.
Yeah, because those are the kind of bluish lines. Those are very large windows.
It's like big, like bay windows, sort of. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, can I see this figure then?
Yeah, you see I mean, you guys are a ways away, but you do see a man in the kitchen. He appears to be sitting at a small table, and you can't tell what he's reading, but he appears to be reading something. You're far enough away; it's kind of hard to tell.
We're going to need a cover story.
Yes, that's what I'd like to discuss this because I'm gonna need help coming up with one.
What time of the day is it?
I mean, obviously, it's Tuesday. Oh, what time of day? No, it's Wednesday now, isn't it?
We can.
He's gonna look at. He's gonna point to the sun and say, it looks to be about 11 o'clock in the morning or whatever it is.
Okay.
Case says that
Simon
should be married.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't necessarily mean like who is Cat married to this time.
Love being the group.
It's just like, why are we here? on this person's property.
So
we could just tell them the truth.
obviously,
Honestly,
Silvio,
not the whole truth, but
okay, that's one option.
We could say that we're researching the compt and that we are under the understanding that this lot may have been owned by him in the past, and we would like their permission to take a look around to do some research or something, which is all true.
Or I'm a wealthy American who is looking to purchase a nice home in the an quaint town near Paris.
You're gonna try to buy this guy's house,
and I would love to. No, I'm gonna. It's a grift.
That's actually not
a grifter. Like, you don't know.
You know what?
Oh, wait, here's the problem though. Crap. Oh, this is a terrible idea.
Why?
Clifton is not a duplicitous person by nature, and he's terrible at lying. So, if I'm going to be doing the talking, maybe I should not be lying about that type of thing, because I will fail almost certainly. Just remembered I didn't put any points in fast talk.
Yeah, Simon doesn't mind lying.
Every single time I'm trying to do it.
I would like to point out, Brian, that during character creation, I said, "Hey, do you want to put anything in fast talk?" And you're like, "I kind of want to be a terrible liar."
Fine. That's really funny.
No, it does. The character concept, he's just not duplicitous. Like, he's never had to. He's charming and persuasive and rich. Why would he have to lie about anything? And so now it's like this is biting him in the ass. But that's how it's flavored.
Then I say we tell the truth.
But I'm just saying.
If you don't like lying,
yeah. Well.
Okay.
Well, we don't have to say we don't have to say that there's an evil artifact that might be buried here.
I have a feeling that as they're arguing, Simon might just sneak off.
Okay. Wait, where did Simon go?
Yeah, where did Simon go? His token's still there.
I like the idea that during most of these conversations, Silvio is just like this. Just face pumping gently.
Probably. My guess would be fairly accurate.
Either that or
let's do this.
1,000-yard stare into the distance, reminiscing about his, home or something.
He's either having a minor episode, or he's like, or he's just shaking his head at these rich people. Well, rich guy.
As Simon was, coming up on the house, I am going to need a stealth roll from you.
Oh, sure.
Can we try and spot him?
I got a hard success.
You can try. Spot hidden.
But still,
your regular success versus Simon's hard success, no, is not good enough.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. And he's gone again.
So, our companion is gone. Wonderful.
It's okay. Simon is competent.
That man is so rude sometimes.
He's good at what he does. Although at some point,
annoying me?
At some point, we should ask him what he does for a living. But for now, I don't think it's important.
All right, new plan.
And she
relatively
your arm.
Yes, we'll just be vaguely truthful without bringing too much, and I will rely on my legendary charming manner.
I'm checking out this shed here, by the way.
God save us all.
So, Josh, I got a question about what I'm seeing here. The kitchen that we can peek in through the bay windows.
Mm-hmm.
Is that reminiscent of the kitchen where the family was in the dream?
From this distance, it's too hard to tell. However, I will tell you that the yard definitely giving you some deja vu.
Okay, the first yard or the second, not the big.
The yard, right? Not the garden.
Okay. where oh boy. Okay, so getting deja vu from the thing where the zombies tried to pull me into the earth. So maybe he's going to be walking gingerly. In fact, he's going to mention something. This is to Katrina. Is Silvio just sort of following close behind us, or?
I would assume so.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's going to say, like, so FYI, because that's totally a phrase in 1923. FYI, this garden or this yard, really looking a lot like the yard where the zombie arms tried to get me in the dream.
Oh, relax, Money dear. It was only a dream, she says sarcastically. And hostile along with you.
So it would probably be uncouth to not take the path, right? We should probably take the path.
Take the path.
If we're not looking like we're trespassing.
Yeah, we are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a lady.
Business.
There's a man and a lady. Am I close enough now to see if I recognize either of them?
So you are close enough to recognize that's not a lady, that's a little girl, and you are 100% sure that that is the same little girl from your dream.
Playing with dolls.
Not a shadow of a doubt.
Son of a bitch.
So like Clifton stops in his tracks and and it's like, that's her, that's the girl. I'm certain of it.
Were they in danger in your dream as well, or just you?
I didn't register any danger to them, besides them being in the general proximity of the simulacrum that seemed to be killing everything around it. But, well,
details.
I don't think they were in danger. I mean, not in the dream, at least. Everyone look out for zombie arms from the ground.
Hustle. Wait, where's the entrance?
Yeah, where is
this path?
Simon,
just gonna
what is that this building? Yeah, there's like an outbuilding over here.
It's a garage.
So you guys are close enough that this is essentially the drive, and it leads to this building was a carriage house that has now been converted into a garage. There's no car in it that you can see, which you guys kind of have a viewpoint that you can see most of the garage. But you are able to see Simon walking out of it. This right here does appear to be the main entrance to the home.
Okay. Well, let's knock.
Ring ding dong.
Okay. Sorry, trying to pay attention to chat and some other things going on.
Yeah, come along.
So yes, you well, there's no bell. You just have to knock.
Oh.
And at this time, the gentleman of the house was already coming to the door because about the time that you guys were, walking up, the little girl probably saw you guys out the window and called to her daddy. So, yeah. So he opens up the door. Hello. Yeah, bonjour.
Bonjour, monsieur. Je m'appelle, that's all I got for French, so I'm not going to keep doing that. But
that's more than I've got.
I suppose, I'm Montgomery Fairchild. I'm here in France from by way of England. We are researching some pre-revolution events in the area, and may I say that you, sir, have a lovely home. And he's gonna try and lay out lay on the charm like real. Like, I mean, I don't know how much I can. Yeah. Like he's gonna
Go ahead.
first he's gonna totally disarm the guy. Magnetic charm. Where's the
Nice.
success?
Very nice. So yeah, he
Uh,
seems kind of, I mean, confused that you're here, but he seems like, oh, hi. You seem like a nice enough gentleman.
And then is the little girl is like off is right there on the where I see her on the map, right?
Yeah, she's kind of hiding around the corner, peeking out at you guys.
Okay, so I'll say hello, whatever the French word for small child is, and what is your name?
Petite.
There's a diminutive
Petite.
word for right, like
SMOL.
small.
Yeah, she definitely ducks behind the corner when you are talking to her more.
Oh,
Is there something I can help you with, sir?
yes, of course. I'm sorry. So, as I said, my companions and I are in the area researching some events from just before the revolution. And I was hoping that you would allow us to maybe take a look around the ground. Perhaps answer some questions if you would be so kind.
Also, if we could get some soil samples?
Okay. He seems very confused by this, but well, if you'd like to come in, you're more than welcome.
Merci, merci.
And
Do I have anything on? Oh, never mind.
I was going to say he switches over to English. Am I to understand that English is your native tongue?
It is, and of my companions, they unfortunately are not particularly well versed in Francais.
Ah.
So I appreciate you using.
You'll have to excuse my poor English. I'm not very practiced at it. We only have a few English speakers here in town. I learned while I was at school.
It does seem that this property has been recently refurbished. Have you taken ownership only recently?
We've lived here nearly a year. It was an empty lot when we bought it, but when we moved here, I'm actually the town doctor. When we moved here to set up my practice, we were able to get this significant lot for a very affordable price.
Are you aware of the reason why?
Superstitions about the land. Don't know all the details. Former owner, horrible things, ghosts,
Yes, that makes sense.
When you built, did you find any old foundations?
There really wasn't, anything really left here. There clearly was the rubble of an old building that was on the lot, but nothing still standing.
What about a basement level? Anything like that?
No. There likely was one from at least the structure that was left behind, but it had clearly been filled in.
And
if you can excuse me, let me call down my wife.
Absolutely.
And he kind of will come up here, and you see he kind of passes into the stairwell.
He invited us in, though, right?
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
you
so,
guys
yeah,
are
I'm
free
into-
to come inside.
Yeah, we could take some first steps inside.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of hang around the living room area.
Yeah.
And I will.
I'm assuming.
And
sorry.
I'm sorry. What was that?
This is also the guy from the dream. Now that I have spoken to him face to face.
You're pretty sure. You're not quite as sure as you were with the little girl, but you are pretty sure it's the same guy.
We'll mention that again, in a very surface way.
The little girl seeing Kat come in, she instantly kind of makes sure that she is within line of sight of you. She hides behind a chair and is kind of peeking up over it at you.
I will wave at her and then take out my cards.
Oh no.
And do just like a little card trick, like a fan and like that kind of thing.
Oh, I thought you were going to read her fortune, and then it's
no.
all dark and dismal.
I doubt she speaks English. But yeah, I'm just gonna do some simple like sleight of hand card tricks.
Yeah, she sees you doing this and she instantly lights up and kind of giggles. Still hiding behind the chair, but it is clear that her fear has lessened.
I won't like pressure. I won't like move closer or pressure her to come out. I'm just kind of like showing that I'm a nice person. I'm not gonna do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So not long afterwards, the gentleman of the house and his wife both come out, and she is the best way to describe it is she looks like she's very tired. I'm gonna give you guys a chance. Roll psychology.
Yes, please. Where'd my
So I got a success, and Simon got a hard success.
Finally got one of my
All right,
psychology rolls. I think I rolled like 8 of them today.
Wow. All of you guys did get
Wow.
at least a success. You're able to tell that she's not tired. It's actually she appears to be in pain and hiding it.
Oh my.
But
we're not sure what kind.
He mentioned he was a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming when they say doctor, they mean doctor of medicine.
Physician, yes. Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm. He, at this point, introduces himself and his wife. I'm sorry, I hadn't introduced myself before. My name is Christian Lorenz. This is my wife, Veronique. And this is my daughter, and kind of gestures over to the little girl hiding behind the chair, Quittery.
Can you drop those names into the chat so that I know them?
Yep.
Yes, please. Because they're...
Okay
something was familiar.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, Lorien? Okay, I thought there was a Lorenz.
Lorien.
Oh, I'm sorry. I may have misspoke. It's Lorien. However it's pronounced.
It's pronounced how it's pronounced. Gotcha.
No, sure. I just
Yep.
The thing with the D sounded familiar, like from some other notes, but I'm probably whatever. Okay. Is this the woman from the dream?
Oh yeah. You're much more sure about her than the husband. You're not entirely sure why you're more sure about her, but yeah, definitely.
And this is probably, but
sorry.
Can I roll first aid to try and just to eyeball diagnose her to see if I can at least get an idea about what she's suffering from, or at least like a clue.
Can I also roll my 100 for first aid?
Oh, God. You succeeded.
Hey!
Very nice.
Hard success.
Okay.
Wow, you've got a good first aid check.
Simon, is that a success?
No, it's not.
36.
Okay.
I would have had to spend a couple of points, but
Okay.
I'm running low.
So Clifton, you are able to tell that she appears to be favoring her left arm. You're not sure what, but what's going on. But for whatever reason, she's kind of holding her left arm at a funny, in a funny way, trying to give it extra support. Yeah, she does seem to be, concerned more about her left arm.
You mentioned you're a doctor.
Oh,
This is totally not to the point, but I was just wondering, do you have any cells or anything for burns?
I would. Have you been injured?
Oh yeah, I got burned a little while back.
Oh, yes. One moment, and he kind of goes off into this side room over here, and
Such
comes
a
back
random
with a
question.
doctor's bag.
Eh,
If you could sit on the chair over there,
Oh, sure.
I can help you out while we are chatting.
perfect. Thank you.
We should introduce
Can
ourselves as well.
Yeah, we really can we kind of like retcon and be like, when he introduced themselves, we said our names and stuff just to not have been super weird or rude, because that
No,
that's
you
what we
guys were
would have done. It's
super
what
weird and
normal people
rude,
do,
and
right?
that's okay.
Yeah, it's like cool.
That's
cool
who you
name.
are.
Do you have any burn medication?
Oh, yeah.
You can introduce yourselves now.
Yeah, Marco.
Hi, Montgomery Fairchild.
And I am Katarina.
Well, it is nice to meet you. And he starts tending to your mostly healed burns. And what is it that I can help you with for your research?
We believe the superstitions tied to this lot may stem from events that occurred in just on the eve of the revolution, and we've been researching these incidents. So we're just very keenly interested in the estate that you live on.
Oh, well, I mean, as I said, we haven't lived here long. What kind of information can I provide for you?
Let's see.
Like, would he be able
Well,
to
you
know
guys
where
are-
the previous garden was?
While you guys are chatting, the wife goes to the kitchen to make tea for everybody.
Okay.
You ask him about the garden. I couldn't say. When we purchased the location, I will be honest with you, it was entirely grown over, and we had to actually have workers from the town come clear the foliage, and the only thing that was on the property is the carriage house, which was apparently built after whatever it was that you're interested in happened. It was used for storage by the locals here. We had that converted into a garage, hoping that we might be able to purchase an automobile soon.
As a very quick retcon, when the wife goes off to make tea, if she like announces that, Katarina will kind of hop in and be like, "Oh, please allow me to assist you."
Oh, yeah, she absolutely invites you to come.
Cool. So I want to spend just a minute or two just chatting with her. Nothing pointed, nothing about the research, nothing like that. Just trying to get a sense for her.
I think Kat should definitely have art T as a skill.
I know. I need to add that. I feel like
It would
I have
fall
a perception.
actually, art cooking in general would include
Okay.
things like that.
I need
So
to.
if you,
Yeah. I definitely don't.
so yeah, I'm gonna have you roll psychology talking to her.
Okay. I succeed.
Mm.
Victory.
Yeah, you can, now that you're up close and she's actually working with her hands, she is absolutely trying to avoid using her left arm or hand for anything that she can. She's trying to make it, less obvious that she's doing so. But it is clear that her her left arm is paining her, and she's trying to avoid using it.
Okay.
It You don't see anything like physical wrong with it. Uh, but yeah, other than that, she seems very, upbeat. She, chatting with you, she talks very highly of her husband and what he's doing, and it's clear that she is still in love with him, and she absolutely loves her little girl.
Oh. So I'll.
So, yeah.
You can move back to the other group if you want, but at some point I'll like offhandedly, if we're in here for a short enough or a long enough period of time, that there's like a lull in the conversation. At some point, I will make a somewhat of a show of being like, "Whew, I did not get a lot of sleep last night. I have been having these terrible, terrible dreams," and see if she reacts to that in any way, like, "Oh yes, me too," or anything like that.
Not quite as obvious as that, but you can tell from the look on her face that she gets you. She's feeling you.
Okay. Cool.
So I have a question about something. This garden that resembles this yard that resembles the yard in the first scene of the dream. Now, when I entered the house in the dream, I entered the house, then turned around, and instead of a yard, it had become this palatial garden. Spatially, can I guess at where the simulacrum was placed in the dream based on, you know what I mean? Like, if you overlaid the garden onto this yard,
right?
would I be able to guess where the simulacrum was located in the dream itself? You know what I mean?
So,
am I being clear here?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's kind of hard to say just because, dream world, it's kind of wibbly wobbly. But your best guess is that it would be kind of east of the house. So somewhere in this direction.
Right. Somewhere in this kind of.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the entire east part of the map, yes.
Yeah, just
is the drive is new as well?
I'm just messing.
What was that?
The driveway also looks new.
Yes.
Is it paved or is it just like a trail?
No, it's just a dirt drive.
That's what I thought.
Did the workers find anything interesting when they cleaned out the area?
Not that I recall. They did say there was a lot of stonework that had to be removed, a lot of rubble. I didn't really supervise it, so I can't really say 100% for certain. But you know what? Now that you bring this up, I did get an odd letter a couple of weeks back that sounds kind of similar to what you're talking about here. Let let me see if I can find it. And he goes back into that side room that Silvio's currently standing by.
He's playing his guitar in front of, yeah.
He comes back after a minute or two, and he hands Simon this letter. It didn't really make sense to me, but it's kind of sounding like whoever this is was looking into some of the things that you were looking into. So somebody want to read that?
Yep, the letter contents are 50 Rue Street, Etienne, Lausanne, Switzerland. To whom it may concern, I realize that I am a complete stranger and that this letter may well mean nothing to you. My name is Edgar Wellington, and I am researching the history of a statue known most commonly as the Sedefkar Simulacrum. I recently came into possession of an old scroll which presents an intriguing description of this item. This piqued my interest, and I'm now endeavoring to trace the simulacrum. My search has led me to your address. The name is probably meaningless to you, but through my researches, I have learnt that the last recorded resting place of the piece of art was in the house that occupied your land in the late 18th century. The statue was an Arabian artifact lost during the events of 1789. Its last owner was a German nobleman who once lived where you live today. Please, I ask that if you have heard any local stories regarding this item, or maybe found any traces of the old house and its possessions on your land which might give a clue as to the eventual fate of the object, would you be so kind as to write to me a summary of the information? I apologize for the rather strange nature of my request, but I feel that I should pursue whatever leads remain to me. I hope that you will not go to any great length regarding this. Yours most sincerely, Edgar Wellington.
And I think that's where we're going to call it for the evening.
That's a good lead.
Okay, well, yeah. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this evening. We will be getting next session, seeing if we can find out what secrets lie in this house and the grounds around it. So we will be playing, hopefully, with everybody there next Tuesday at 7 o'clock Central. So thank you to the new followers and the new subscriber this evening. We really appreciate you guys sticking around, and we will see you next week.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.